Hi, everyone. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined by David Prus, and we're here to bring you the coverage of the sixth round of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2022, the first stop of the Grand Chess Tour this year. It is a classical chess tournament, and we will show you the format. It is a all play all round robin, standard 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, no points for a loss. And there are 9 games in total with a time control of 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move with a 30-minute increment, 30-minute addition after move 40 with the time increment continuing at 30 seconds for the whole game. So games can last about 4 to 5 hours when they get on the longer side. We also have the leaderboard standings here, David. Why don't you tell us who is sitting atop the standings?
Yeah, Wesley is on the top with what we call a +2 score in the business, which is just the differential between your wins and losses. That's how professional chess players think about this kind of stuff. Like, oh, somebody's on +1, somebody's on +2. So Wesley's on +2 with 3.5 points, thanks to 2 opposite colored bishop endgames that he ground out with queens on the board. Actually, both his wins were queen and opposite colored bishop. And then with 1 win and no losses, we've got MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Levon Aronian, and the Romanian wild card, Bogdan Daniel Deac, is not a full member of the Grand Chess Tour. He is Romanian wildcard invitee here, 20 years old, just below 2,700. The only player here who is below 2,700, tied for first as well with 1 win and 4 draws. And right behind them, we've then got Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, both candidates for the World Championship, and they have 1 win and 1 loss, so sitting on an even score. Prizes, Irina, how does it look?
Yeah, well, the players have a lot to play for. A very generous first place of $100,000. Surely must be one of the largest prizes in for a tournament win in the chess world these days. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000. And the players are fighting for Grand Chess Tour points. So at the end of the tour, the series of tournaments, which are both classical and rapid and blitz chess, there are 3 additional prizes. A first prize of $100,000 for the overall winner of the Grand Chess Tour as well. So this is a great series of events. Actually, starting from 2023, the Grand Chess Tour standings will actually be important for qualifying for the candidates tournaments. Is that right, David?
Yeah. That's going to be next year's tour.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking forward to seeing if the tour next year is all classical chess. Because I would be very suspicious if they've got a rapid, like so much rapid chess, and then it qualifies for the classical world championship rather than the rapid world championship, which, as I understand, is basically an open tournament, more or less.
Yeah, well, I mean, so it just kind of goes to show you how prestigious, this event has grown to be over the years, because, I mean, there's never been a qualifier to the candidates tournament from kind of like a privately organized, series of chess tournaments, like, which is what the Grand Chess Tour is. But they managed to make this partnership with FIDE. I think it's really cool. Let's take a look at the pairings for today and see what we've got to look forward to.
Yeah, Mamedyarov against Firouzja. Honestly, I'm kind of worried for Firouzja. I'm a big booster and fan of his. I predicted him to win the candidates this year and go on to face Magnus. I think that's also Magnus's hope as well as mine. But he's definitely not looked good to me in Romania so far. I mean, multiple moves or moments that surprised me in a bad way, where I thought, wow, is it possible that, the next world champion is making such seemingly bad moves. So I'm really worried about him today. You know, in the little thing where you vote, for who you think is going to win or what the result will be, I voted for Mamedyarov here on our producer's computer, to win his first game today.
Okay, that's interesting, David. So I like to try to guess the players' first moves before the games start.
Right.
So Mamedyarov Firouzja, let's go quickly through our predictions for the first moves just to get a little bit of suspense into the show in the beginning. Mamedyarov Firouzja, what's your guess on Mamedyarov's first move?
I mean, I would say absolutely not e4. When somebody's played the King's Indian, you have to let them play the King's Indian. So, I mean, just the possibility that Firouzja is going to play the King's Indian, you'd be licking your lips, and playing either c4 or d4. I think if you play c4, it might disguise just how much you want them to play the King's Indian. So maybe start with one c4 for shock.
Okay, I completely agree with your thinking. I also think that c4 or d4 are likely. And Mamedyarov, you know, despite being a very aggressive attacking player, he likes the move d4. I mean, I'm just going to go with d4, that he's going to stick with his usual thing and let Firouzja make the choice. So Dominguez versus Diak, I think it's too easy, right? Dominguez is just an e4 player, and so he's going to stick with that.
Yeah. If Firouzja plays the Queen's Gambit decline, by the way, I may have to update my vote to a draw. You're allowed to update your vote until the 10th move. But yeah. Okay, so and then the next matchup, Wesley So versus Rapport. Wesley's been really calm at this tournament so far. Despite being the leader, it's not like he's setting the tournament on fire. He's just grinding away without any mistakes and letting points come to him. And of course, Rapport is probably, along with Firouzja, the biggest overpresser in this event. I mean, they're both really, really ambitious and aggressive players. So the question is, you know, does Rapport go crazy in some way with black? But I think I predicted a draw for this game.
Okay, I'm going to predict that Wesley goes e4 and kind of lets Rapport do. Well, should I? I don't know. D4 is really like the more likely choice. I feel D4 is more likely. I wanted to say something more unusual. Okay, let's just say D4. He's going to go D4, and we'll see what Rapport chooses. So then we got Caruana and Nepomniachtchi. Also not an easy situation to predict. I mean, Caruana has been sticking to D4 in this tournament and not so much E4, although he did play E4 in the last game that he won against Mamedyarov. So he's played E4, he's played D4. Should we just say C4 will happen in this game?
You know, Fabi had a great game with C4 against Aronian at the American Cup recently. He's played C4 quite nicely. But I think this is a good chance for him to play another Petrov defense with Nepo. So I'm going to predict E4 from Fabi against Nepo.
Okay, and then we got Bashier versus Aronian. I mean, I guess he will probably stick to E4. That seems to be his move. That
one is the easiest to predict for me. Italian game. I can predict move 3 there.
Yeah, that's a little further along. Yeah. All right. Well, we got in our predictions. I'm curious to see how that is going to work out. So in terms of which game you find the most exciting for today, what are you interested in seeing, David?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be affected by the opening choices. You know, and who comes out fighting, which is hard to predict in advance. But when I was trying to predict it, I predicted wins. I predicted some wins for Caruana and Mamedyarov and Dominguez. So that means I'm expecting those games perhaps to be the most juicy.
So you predicted 3 wins today.
I know.
We've
It's a
never
lot for me.
we've never seen it for, at least when I've been commentating. I've only been good enough for 1 win on the days that I'm commentating.
Yeah.
The one day that I wasn't here, suddenly we got 3 decisive games, but okay. We got some moves in. So let's see, David, how we did. So D4 by Wesley, I guessed that one. Vachier played D4. Nope, we got that wrong. And that's a huge shock. That's not an Italian game, David.
Wow.
Yeah, so 1 out of 2. Dominguez did go for E4 and Caruana did go for E4. You calls that. Mamedyarov did go for D4, and I don't know if it was D4 or C4, but now they're in a D4 opening, and it's going to be a Nimzo.
Yeah.
Or maybe Queen's Gambit declines. Yeah.
Vachier went straight towards the Nimzo. I mean, and now with Bishop B4 and Bishop G5, yeah, this is a mainline Rogozin's become very, very popular. I don't understand it much, but I know you do. So we'll pick up something from you today, unless you find it to be less interesting than the other games, in which case we'll have to ask you about the Rogozin another day.
It just turned into a Vienna variation, actually, and not something I specialize in, although I know Aronian does. So well, I'll be able to add a little bit, but I guess they're going to be going into quite a bit of theory, Vachier and Aronian, because that's the kind of line that is. In terms of the opening, so Caruana versus Nepomniachtchi, it's a Petrov. And, you know, we know that Nepomniachtchi has done a lot of prep on this opening for his world championship match. And on the other hand, Caruana knows that too. So the fact that he's going for it means that, you know, he's confident, and he did do well against Mamedyarov, yes, just a couple of days ago with the white side of the Petrov. Although this line that Nepomniachtchi is choosing, it's actually not the same line that Mamedyarov chose. Yeah,
this knight c6 move has not been as popular most recently, right? People have been playing bishop f5 and c6 lines recently, but knight c6 had a period of popularity. And I would imagine that Nepo's prep for the world championship match has not been used up yet, right? When you prepare for a big match like that, usually, you know, 1% of what you prepare, maybe 2 or 3% show up in the match, and you're left with a big arsenal for a while afterwards. So I imagine he's going to be extremely prepared for this, but Fabi's also a Petrov specialist, so it'll be a good little test of Nepo's work. Yeah, I mean, the main move in that position, I mean, there was Bishop D6, then there was also Bishop E7, Bishop F5. So Knight C6, I'm not quite as familiar with, like, why that early Knight C6 needs to be played, but okay. I mean, one thing is, one important detail is that he'll never be able to put the pawn on C6, right? Which sometimes Black does in these lines. On the other hand, the Knight does control the center squares pretty well. And so Fabi is thinking, I mean, castles is the normal move, but maybe he's even, you know, we haven't seen a move from him yet. So maybe he's a little surprised by Knight C6. Yeah, he might have to review some old variations, because this is kind of a 10-year-old variation. In my limited experience with this, white castles and then plays C4, black plays, you know, bishop E7 and castles, and white plays knight to C3, and then black usually ends up trading off the knight on C3, followed by taking on C4, and you get the hanging pawns. Black also sometimes plays an early knight B4. And tries to bring that knight to D5. So there's a few variations like that. So we'll see what we get there. Let me see what opening Rapport has selected today. You never know if it's going to be something special. It's a pretty good one. I do like the beginning of their opening. I think it promises an interesting game.
This
Yeah.
is a Moran variation. So
Mhm.
it has turned into, how can you show me the move order they used to get
Yeah.
here?
Yeah. So he came from a Slav, and then after E3 from Wesley, then he played E6.
Okay, so very cool. Knight F3, Knight D7. So we know, okay, Queen C2. Yeah, we know the move Bishop E2 in this position has gotten quite popular. I think it was recommended by GM Sam Shankland in a Chessable course. Bishop E2. We also
The old
know,
Karpov move.
yeah, Bishop E2. It's like a very tricky little bishop move as opposed to Bishop D3. And the main point of it after Bishop E2 is that if Black plays Bishop D6 and yeah, let's say Bishop D6 and White castles, and Black takes on C4, the point here is that you don't recapture the pawn, which you would definitely have to do if your bishop were on D3. You actually go like A4, and then after castles, you go Knight D2, and you try to recapture that pawn with your knight. And play B3, Bishop B2, and so on. So that's like the tricky difference between Bishop E2 and Bishop D3. Now, of course, Black doesn't have to take the C4 pawn, and they can just play, with B6 and Bishop B7. But yeah. Oh yeah. So basically, Queen C2 played by Wesley. Queen C2 can still be used in conjunction with Bishop E2. It's basically pretty useful square for the queen. You're trying to save a little bit of a tempo with that bishop for now. Of course, Bishop D3 was the other big move. And okay, so he plays this is like a Karpov line. Yeah.
So now with the Bishop D3 here, Rapport can access some real mainline Morans by taking on C4. So
take on C4, and I guess just, okay, he didn't, but he still might. I mean, White will castle, and there's a good chance there's going to be a trade on C4, unless there's also some lines with E5, right?
Yeah, one of my favorite lines in chess are the lines where you get E5 and E4 with the big. I just find these to be really funny when you get the whole box of pawns. So yeah, that's possible. White's castled. Wesley playing a little bit faster than Richard, who's thinking a little bit more about what variation he wants to go for.
Yeah, and let's see what other game looks interesting. We can take a quick look at Dominguez's game versus Dioc, because I mean, they're in quite some theory there in the Najdorf, and they've made a lot of moves. So maybe it's not like nothing new for them, but for us, that many moves into the game is pretty interesting to take a look. They both have a lot of time, so they have more time than they started with. Let's go.
By the way, I feel like a huge percentage of Dominguez's wins come from people playing the Najdorf against him.
That is true. I mean, I think he does do well against the Najdorf. So let's see the beginning of this game.
Like in general, Dominguez is a player who has a very high percentage of draws. And I think in particular, with Black, he's pretty good at equalizing. And when he plays the white side of E4, E5, there's a lot of draws. But when you play the Sicilian against him, I feel like you're largely asking to lose.
Yeah, I remember, he hasn't really, I remember seeing a nice game of his in the World Rapid Championship. Maybe it was even against someone like Guri, where there was like a very nice rook sacrifice involved. So he can definitely be aggressive when he wants. Now, we just saw, David, that White gave up a pawn. So maybe we should just focus on that moment for a second.
Absolutely.
How is this pawn captured? Well, Black simply attacked it, and White has no way to protect it other than by taking the knight. So he doesn't want to do that. The sacrifice of the D5 pawn, it is very standard for these positions, guys. White has the bishop pair, and When he loses the d5 pawn, his light squared bishop actually has a better chance of becoming more effective on the board.
Right.
So
That opens some nice diagonals for it. But actually, Irina, not to be nitpicking or anything like that, but white had a major option to play c4 and defend the d5 pawn. And at first glance, yeah, I mean, c4, rook c8 would probably be the move from black. And in this position, usually you play knight a5. And then black can take the pawn on d5 anyway.
Yeah, definitely hard to play c4 with the king on c1, right? So his move was just basically king b1 in response to knight b6, right?
Right. Yeah, he played king b1. And, I think c4, knight a5 positionally is not undesirable for white. Even though they're kings on the queen side, in this Najdorf, you sometimes get white playing like knight a5, queen b4, and sort of using the pawn majority on the queen side and the space that it gives you. You can often play on the queen side with white. So it's not unheard of, but I guess he just felt like c4, rook c8, he was going to lose the pawn anyway, probably. So preferred the variation with just king b1. And now there's no pawn on c4 to block in the light squared bishop. So it really has free reign.
Yeah, so then he went bishop g5. He didn't want to allow that bishop to be taken, keeping the bishop pair advantage. And so the position on the board, they've made one more move, right? Dominguez has just played a3.
Yeah.
That is a mysterious little move that needs a little bit of thought to understand.
Yeah, it's pretty mysterious and part of his prep. And it seems to be the move that has taken Deac out of prep. So as a baseline here, white could probably get their pawn back in this position with c4, knight retreats, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, queen d6, and then have absolutely nothing in the endgame.
Yeah, I mean, the moment white gives up the dark squared bishop, I think, yeah, they can forget about having an advantage. Yeah. So white is not playing to regain the pawn at all in these positions. They're really playing to use the bishop pair somehow. Yeah. And to control the light squares with that light squared bishop they have. But a3 is a fascinating little move. It reminds me of how Dominguez played this move a3 in the Sveshnikov against Caruana a few days ago. And it was also like not the most popular move in the Sveshnikov. So he seems to have a predilection for this a3 move.
For a little a3 move. Yeah. I like to check those variations like c4, even if they don't do anything at all. It's kind of like seeing a perpetual when you're calculating a potential attack. Your goal is not to give perpetual, right? When you try to imitate Mikhail Tal, it's not because you're dreaming of a repetition, but sometimes seeing the repetition helps you judge sort of the risk factor, how plausible or not plausible is your attack. So the fact that white has enough pressure on the d file, they could win back their pawn is something I like to check for.
Yeah, David, like, I mean, there's a few ideas where a3 could be useful. And by the way, there's no knight e4 tactic in these kinds of positions, is there?
Knight e4, pawn takes e4, bishop g5, queen d5 for now.
Yeah, that wins a piece for white, so there's no discovery there. So I guess a3, when I see that move, I'm thinking maybe he wants to be able to pull the bishop back to a2 in some situations if the bishop ever goes to c4. Now, of course, the knight's still on b3, so like, what is he planning to do with the knight? So he probably wants to put it on a5.
Yep.
And it's also nice that there won't be a potential bishop b4 later, although of course I know the bishop can't jump over the d6 pawn. That's my best guess about what a3 is about, that it's somehow linked to the bishop and f1 going to c4 and having a pullback square on that diagonal.
Right. I think to complete your thought process for the viewers, Irina wants to put the bishop on c4, just like you do, dear viewers. She wants the bishop on this diagonal that's been opened by the d5 pawn sack and that looks at f7. which is probably the best target at the moment. But she's predicted that black would play knight b6 then, and then oops, what's our bishop doing? So then Irina thinks like, okay, like how about knight a5? Then I could play bishop c4 to b3. And then she's thinking, oh, maybe a3, one of the reasons could be to play knight a5, bishop c4, and be able to tuck the bishop really, really snugly on a2. So that's kind of the thought process that was going on there.
Yeah, it's still like, I cannot say I feel like I've, unearthed all the secrets of the move a3, or if I've understood it like very precisely. And in terms of what looks normal for black, I was just going to say, David, queen c7. I see it's on the board right now, but that was a very natural move by Diak. Just a, very kind of wholesome square for the queen. And we know the queen actually loves that square in this open Sicilian, because the C file is half open, and there's a lot of action from C7. So it stops the move bishop C4. It protects the B7 pawn in case there's knight A5. So Diak's move is very easy to understand. And now we're going to have to figure out, like, what does white want here?
Yeah, big question. Dominguez is going to have to tell us some more about a3 really soon here, because queen c7 was the most obvious response, and little surprised to see Dominguez thinking about it. By the way, one other reason why knight a5 makes sense to me is because in general, it makes sense for white to try and go after the light squares in this position. And knight a5 is looking at b7 and imagining that black, if they ever play b6, it weakens the light squares. Maybe your knight can get into c6 even if b6 comes in.
Yeah, so he played a3, and our viewer is asking, is knight a5 like completely crazy? Well, after a3, queen c7, I don't think it's completely crazy. It looks quite normal. By the way, there's still no, knight e4, David, is still not working. Okay,
Right,
it's not working, but you got to look at it, because now the queen on d2 has like two pieces to protect, the knight and the bishop. We can show why knight e4 is not working, just to put that wrong tactic on the board. Unfortunately, black loses an extra piece compared to
whichever way we
white.
go, we can.
Nothing to show for it, but it is like an idea that's on the board, and I would say you always want to look at those forcing moves. So after knight a5, and you want to go bishop c4, what about, we have a big choice. We can play b6 to basically just get your knight to move for now, or we can ignore it and play b5. Now I'm inclined to play b6 and just be like, okay, get out of here.
Okay. And I was thinking maybe knight b6 to stop bishop c4 and knight c4.
Also,
let's have a look
very interesting.
Let's have a look at b6 for a moment. My first question is, can white just play the move they want to play, right? And ignore b6 with the idea that if you take, we're playing this position, trying to highlight light squares. I hang the bishop on g5 badly to the d5 square, but I'm hitting the rook. So I was sort of expecting, castles, bishop e7, queen e7 here. And
yeah, and you can get your pawn back. Probably the d6 pawn is the one you want to take. Try to get into like a better rook endgame, better pawn structure. And actually, this particular position looks pretty nice for white.
Right.
By the way, David, so we can end our speculation here, because we got the move g3 on the board.
Wow.
So yeah, I don't think like in any scenario we would ever have guessed that move, would we?
No, that is not a theme I've seen really ever before in this line.
Yeah, so I mean, see, this is really kind of mysterious stuff for us guys, and obviously without computer analysis, like, it doesn't look like very easy ideas to come up with, but we're going to try to understand them. So
I mean, I can understand it once he plays it.
You think he wants to go like bishop g2 and f4, or?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the main idea, huh?
Yeah,
Not,
ideas
not
to play.
obvious.
Yeah.
It's not an obvious idea at all. I mean, because at some point, like if you do that, white can go e4. Do you want to just go bishop g2, rook h e1, and then f4?
I think yeah, I think the idea is bishop g2 and f4, probably without rook h e1. I think you have to save that tempo and be flexible about putting the rook on f1 or e1. So you play bishop g2, and it's hard for black to stop f4 because they would have to sort of defend the knight on d5 a million times to be prepared to take on f4. So bishop g2, then f4. They can't take your pawn.
Yeah, I have to say, David, like it really doesn't look like very dangerous for black at this point. Let's just play the move castles, right? Because
Okay.
It does need to be played at some points. Now, the thing is, in this position, so you constantly have like knight b6 to c4 is an idea. Like, sure, rook c8 looks good.
Yeah, I'll try rook c8. I'll try f4. And now I think e4 is going to be your...
Yeah, or knight b6 is also interesting. e4 is also interesting. I really feel like you can do either of those moves. So
yeah, it's true. Knight c4 is not normally this big a deal because I've never had my bishop on g2 before in the knight work.
Yeah, perhaps you just go f5 here or something. Like you can try. You have to try to do something very aggressive. F5 in that current position right here.
Yeah.
I think you have to look at ideas like that, trying to break down black's king side, and then maybe either queen d3 or queen e2, but let's queen d3. So it doesn't seem outright awful, but is there some trick with e4 here again? There is.
I was thinking d5, e4. What's the trick?
Well, the trick is that you
bishop
can't
takes, knight takes, and the bishop. Oh, okay. I'll show the trick. So it's here if the queen takes, Irina picks up this piece, and if the bishop takes, then you can defend that piece. That's a queen's gambit decline trick, the knight e4 move when you don't have the square covered.
It's also a very Sicilian trick, because you're always looking at those knight e4 moves when the bishop's on g5.
Yeah.
Is long castle a good move for Diox? Asks Aryan 9268. So definitely we're not going to see that move, Aryan. I hate to disappoint you, but it is very dangerous to castle into a position where you're missing a c pawn. And right, you're not going to get immediately mated, but overall, it's not a very safe position. And especially when you just saw your opponent play g3 and you know he wants to go bishop g2, put the bishop on the long diagonal, and then open him up. I think also the king will start getting kind of in the crosshairs of that bishop. So I don't think we're going to be seeing castles long. I do think the king will go short.
I will say it's not completely impossible. When I was looking at this position with queen, when he played queen c7 last move, I thought preserving some flexibility about where you castle, right? With the knight. It's the right square for the queen, but you're keeping some possibility. I have another thought about what Dominguez might be up to, Irina. Maybe he'll play f4 without committing the bishop.
Yes, that is true. And I guess he doesn't blunder knight e4 for the moment because he can take the knight on d5. But yeah, I agree. So I guess this is the point, right? G3 just to prepare f4 so you can capture back with a pawn. So black castles, we're going to go f4. Yes. All right. That makes sense for sure. And yeah, and the move that we're interested in doing here is f5. That's the whole point. So you're going to have to try to weaken up black's king side with f5. Now it starts to make more sense what white is after here. And the problem for black is that his knights are a bit limited, right? They're you can't move the knight on f6, and you can move the knight from d5, but the only place to move him is kind of out of the center, back to b6. And we can try that move. Like we can put knight b6 on the board and see what happens.
Yeah.
And here, knight e4 is a threat, so watch out. We don't want to allow that knight to go there. So what are we going to do, David? Maybe bishop?
Maybe this trade and then hit the two pieces. We didn't want to do this before, but you know, there's another funny thing that looks really illogical that I thought about, Irina, which is that g3, if black castles, there's also the possibility of playing g4, because now maybe knight g4 hanging d5 except the bishop again. No, maybe it doesn't work, but it'd be a weird two-step, right? G3, you're kind of waiting to see what black does, and then playing f4 or g4, or even bishop takes knight in this variation we just had. But okay, f4, knight b6. Let's check if this does anything. Queen d6.
It seems like it might win a pawn, although there's going to be bishops of opposite color, but it does look better for white, right? I mean, they're going to win the e5 pawn here. It seems like that's what's happening.
Are you going to trade queens and play bishop d8, or bishop d8 without? Yeah.
Yeah. But then you can take on e5. There's bishop c7 and perhaps an exchange sacrifice, David. Yummy. Bishop g2. Sack the exchange. We know we like those.
Okay, let's try it. I was thinking knight c5, which is very similar.
Yeah, very similar, right? Like give up the rook and then come in with, you know, rook d1, knight c5. Yeah, white has quite decent compensation for this exchange. I think, yeah, no, g3 is a very like multi-purpose flexible move. And I even think that the idea you pointed out with g4, white basically wasting a tempo to play that, is completely feasible.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, if we put castles on the board, let's take a look at g4 for a second.
Okay.
So not f4, but g4. So one issue is that they take and play knight e4. I get it. There's just a tactical problem with it. Because now the bishop is hanging. And although...
But queen d5, this looks plausible for white.
It does. You do look like you're getting a lot of light squared compensation. Amazing queen.
Because the knight's hanging, you have to take with your knight, and now I get h5 instantly, right?
Yeah,
h4.
but you know, knight e6, yes. And okay, so how big of a threat do you have? The thing is, I can close stuff up. That's the thing. Like, I don't think it's unplayable to go knight f4 and just knight f4 to start with. Yeah. Now I might just leave things as they are. I don't even necessarily have to go g5, because if I go g5, okay, I mean, my light squares are really weak. Maybe it's possible, but let's say I don't. Oh, d5 looks interesting here. I want to get my rook in and you take it. Yeah, I had a feeling you would do that. Yeah, left without other better options. So now I have to figure out, do I want to take your rook and let you take on g6? And I think the answer is yes. I'm not going to get spooked by your attack, David. I'm going to go ahead and just take that rook.
I mean, queen e4 was really, really stupid if I wasn't going to then sack the exchange, right?
And now you want to do something like g7 next, possibly. So I'm thinking just knight f6, save my knight and protect h7. And I think the extra rook advantage is quite helpful for black.
Yeah, it is a bit much. Yes.
Oh, dark side is saying he likes the move knight h7 for black now, get rid of that annoying bishop on g5. So he's trying to propose a different move than castles in the current position. And I feel like that's a worthy move to look at. Knight h7. Wow.
Oh, we're gonna have to play like bishop h. Oh no, Yeah, bishop h6.
Yeah, so let's just show our viewers, because knight h7 is a very tactically based move, right? So first of all, like, it leaves a knight on d5 hanging, but if you take it, you lose the bishop on g5. So you can trade on e7.
Yeah.
Trade on e7, and then the knight has to take back. And then you can take, probably you just have to take on d6. You just take your pawn and try to make the case that you're better in the endgame. And I think you will be able to make that case, because your bishop is better than their knight, and you have control of the d file, slightly better development. I think you should be able to claim some kinds of an edge.
Yeah, I mean, black should trade and play rook d8 right away before the h1 rook is out. But maybe rook b6 would keep some pressure. I don't know.
Yeah. So knight h7 is, it's an interesting move by chess dark side. But, pulling the knight back out of the center, of course, h7 is not an ideal square by any means. So probably not. But Diak, he's deep in thought. I think he's starting, he's spending his time trying to understand what all of this is about. Like, a3, he didn't have to worry so much about, but I do feel like when you're seeing this g3 move, you really gotta figure out your opponent's intentions.
Yeah. And this is a very, very calm way of playing a pawn sack. I think compared to what a lot of, well, maybe our viewers are younger, hipper, and more computer savvy than me, and maybe this is typical now, but in my day, you sort of expected a pawn sack to be followed by threats, or maybe pawn trades, something like trying to blow things open. So a3, g3 is kind of a, wow, that's a slow moving positional way to sack a pawn. What a follow-up.
Yeah, and we got Smokey Lock in the chat saying, good morning, Brooklyn, New York is here. So I don't know if that means that you're from Brooklyn, New York, too, Smokey, but that makes two of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of interesting games to choose from. I was thinking we could take a look at Caruana and Nepomniachtchi and what they're doing in the Petrov.
Okay. Let's see how this matches up with what.
This looks very, very similar to Caruana's game against Dominguez, because there was also this kind of trade of the knights, bishop f5, like very, very similar kind of stuff going on. Let's make a few more. Yeah, like knight d6, like everything is a copy of that game. But you're going to see there, guys, there is an important difference that I'm going to point out in a second. Go ahead, David.
So when white puts the knight on d2 instead of c3, it makes more sense for black to say you win the fight for e4 and to back up. In general, in the Petrov, white's whole idea of why they might be slightly better than in an exchange French is that the knight on e4 is somehow a little bit exposed. And by attacking e4 and or d5, you could make black spend a move on knight f6 and have a one tempo down exchange French. You're trying to actually say the knight's not stable on that square. But once you play knight d2, blocking the bishop on c1, I think black is free to say, like, you won, I back up. And, that tempo white got off of black retreating, white's going to have to pay it with the d2 knight. So this looks pretty okay for black to me.
Yeah, but you know what is interesting, David, that, they had this same configuration of pieces against Mamedyarov. And one difference is that black was already castled in that game, while Nepomniachtchi can actually still castle queenside. And I feel like there's a decent chance we might see the move castles queenside in this game. It doesn't look like white is like very poised to attack on the queen side at the moment. So it's not out of the question. Maybe he just played queen d7 to protect the knight and nothing more than that. And I'm not saying castles kingside is a bad move at all. It actually looks standard, but he does have that option of thinking about queenside castle.
Yeah. Also, defending the knight is fine, but knight back to d6 is a great square for the knight as well at some point. Especially if we imagine white's knight on d2 eventually moves, then a knight on d6 would be pretty juicy. I almost wonder.
Well, I'm going to predict, David, that white's going to go rook e1 because, you pretty much have to fight, for the open file at some point. And his knight on d2 isn't doing much, so he's going to want to bring it to f1. And what he did against Mamedyarov was he put that bishop on f4, which I think, is a reasonable idea for this position too. So I feel like he's going to go rook e1, and that's when he's going to be asking Nepomniachtchi, all right, so where is your king going?
I will guess knight b3 followed by bishop f4, and then maybe looking at knight c5 to mess up your own pawn structure.
Interesting as well.
But, yeah. Create a little imbalance there. Get the piece out. We've got a good question from chat, Irina. Arian's wondering if we think that Dominguez is still in prep with this move g3, and my inclination would be yes. He did spend 3 or 4 minutes thinking.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I think he's familiar with the idea, right? I mean, he might not be exactly familiar with this position, because why would he spend 3 or 4 minutes thinking? Well, maybe he's trying to remember, but I feel like it's the kind of idea you must have seen before in analysis in order to like put it this quickly on the board.
Yeah, if he were out of book completely, out of ideas as well, then you would expect to get 10 plus minutes from Lanier on this move. I'm going to guess it is a move that he's prepped, but maybe not today. So he's refreshing his memory of some lines, but 4 minutes is kind of just like, okay, what do I remember? Like getting oriented, getting comfortable in your chair, kind of. It's not really figuring out a new
concept, right?
A new move, yeah.
And by the way, David, so Caruana did play your move, knight b3.
Okay.
And Nepomniachtchi was not interested in any long castling after that, so he went short. Yeah. I mean, looking at this game, right? I mean, how many moves along are they? I guess it must be more than 10, right? Yeah, they're 13, so it's too late to make any guesses on this game, guys. But honestly, it looks like the chances that this game is going to end peacefully does look pretty high from the position that we currently see.
Yeah. And it's too late for me to go back and revise my vote there, unfortunately.
And you predicted that what, Caruana would win?
I predicted a win for Caruana. I thought he just looked in really, really good form last round when he beat Mamedyarov in a, admittedly similar position to this, slow and grindy. And I was impressed with his play at the American Cup as the tournament got on, and he was able to beat both Dominguez and Aronian in classical, who are really tough opponents, and are both opponents that he gets to play again here. So yeah, I was thinking, I was just kind of bullish on Fabi this week.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he can do something. I mean, his game against Mamedyarov also didn't start out in the most spectacular way, and yet it did become the most interesting game of the round, I think. So we'll see. Maybe, I mean, well, what can he do here? I suppose bishop f4 or knight c5 are really the main ideas.
Yeah, I expect bishop f4, and I'll say this: if Nepo plays knight b8 to a6, then I will go back to predicting a Fabi win.
yeah, if he follows Mamedyarov's path. So bishop f4, because knight c5, I mean, knight c5 will likely induce the capture on c5, giving white the bishop advantage, but it doesn't seem terribly dangerous for black. Question is, I guess the one question is, does black want to play the move b6 in this position, or he just or not, or does he just want to go rook fe8? Or
yeah, probably just rook fe8.
Yeah, you don't want to trade the doubles pawn on c5, huh?
I don't think it's a rush unless there's something concrete where you need to resolve that to get an extra square for one of your pieces. Like if something with queen b5, rook d1 were sort of looming over black and they were worried about threats to b7 and d5, then they might play b6 first to resolve things. But Irina, is there any other game with more blood than the Petrov here?
Yeah, all right. Here's a game that I think is interesting. Alireza Firouzja. That game, it's positional, but it has the potential to produce some blood.
Queen c2 Nimzo. How do you feel about queen c2 versus the Nimzo these days?
You have to know a lot of theory at this point to be playing queen c2. It is definitely one of the heavy theoretical lines where black plays d5. And they're in this other line. These positions are fairly familiar to me, but not this exact one. So this is the position on the board, huh?
This is the position on the board. I've caught up with the live position and shown everybody how they got here. I predict that we have the same evaluation of this position, you and I.
Yeah, like it should be, rather better for white, I suppose, but
yeah,
not over. The question is, he's basically sacking the c3 pawn in this position, and black can capture it not so much with a knight, but
well, it's white's move.
Oh, it's white. Yes, white's move. If it was, by the way, black's move, you could capture it with the queen, and then on bishop e4, capture the knight on d4. So the c3 pawn is hanging now. Is it a fact that white is going to protect it? Well, if he wants to sack it, he has moves like bishop f4.
Yeah.
White possible, but also bishop a.
Bishop f4 played.
Just in time to make me look good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my prediction of a white win is looking good based on the opening here.
It's possible. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard to say, but Mamedyarov manages to produce interesting games in d4. So let's look at queen takes c3 and figure out, because obviously taking the pawn is the critical move, right? If you don't take it, you're really letting white get away with a lot.
Yeah. First, let me just show people that bishop e4 doesn't win, as you mentioned before, but I think some people without seeing it on the board don't realize that black, this is a nice trick. If black takes the queen, you save the bishop from e4, but black just has knight e4 replacing the queen's defense, and white doesn't get much there. So I assume the idea is you trade black's queen on purpose because it's their best piece, leave them weak on all these squares, and play rook fc1 onto the open file. The knight's going to go to e4 or a4. I'm going to guess maybe e4 first, except then it might be trapped by f3.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Actually trapped in the center of the board.
Okay, so I'll go to a4. And basically, this is kind of a dream position for white, to my mind. You get, rook c7, rook b1. If black ever develops the c8 bishop, you get your pawn back and you keep your bishop pair. And
yeah, there is no doubt about how to evaluate this. I mean, once you see rook c7 on the board, open file, 2 bishops, outpost on d4 for the knight. I mean, yeah, you know that you've got like more than enough compensation here. And I do like how this is looking for Mamedyarov. Let's go back a little bit and see. Obviously, taking the pawn is something that white is very comfortable with.
Yeah.
So what is something that white is less comfortable with? Well,
very ill-advised for black to take on c3. I mean, I would say that position is +1 for white, who's down a pawn. I would say you got double the compensation you need.
You know what's really interesting, David? Like on a move like queen c4, in general, it's a nice square for the queen, but there's actually ideas of f3 in the position. I don't know if it's good, but the knight is nearly trapped. So on f3, you'd have to take on c3. And the problem for me is my knight is hanging.
Yeah.
But perhaps, I don't know. I can go bishop
Perhaps you have
E5
time
or
for
E3.
E3.
Yeah. And then I can still focus on utilizing this pin on the C file.
Right. But I mean, F3 is really committal,
Yeah,
blocking our bishop in.
what if you go knight A4 here?
Mm-hmm. If I trade and play rook C1, are you going to play C3 to hang on to the pawn?
Yeah, you know, you can do that. And I probably would play C3. I would also say, David, even rook FC1 reminds me a lot about the position that we just looked at.
Right. Just trying to get this sort of thing here. It's less overwhelming because we've played F3 and we haven't played rook C7, but it's still reasonable. Still reasonable.
Yeah, I just noticed in our chat, Zliwiarts is not so happy with our sound quality. Do you guys all feel that way? Are you dissatisfied with the sound quality? Is that something we should work on during our break? Let us know in the chat, please.
Queen C4.
We can try to update our sound from 2005 to 2007.
Yeah.
Yeah, so bishop f4, like, let's say he tries to protect the d6 square. How would he go about doing that? Like queen e7, maybe?
Queen e7 here. I think queen c4 looks pretty plausible. But yeah, queen e7 does cover the dark squares. Possible too. If you ever allow white to play c4, though, that's the kind of thing I might jump on. Right? Free my bishops.
Yeah, c4 is, of course, white's main positional idea, trading off his isolated pawn and trying to like open up the bishop on g2. So I completely agree. That's why my first instinct was try to put the black queen on c4.
Yeah.
Because when white goes c4, yeah, white is very satisfied with that.
Yeah. So I think queen c4, and I might play rook fc1 for white here myself. I know we were happy to sack this pawn, but I mean, if black never takes the pawn, this will help us push c4. And I could imagine the next move being, bishop f1 or f3 or queen b3 from here. And I still just genuinely love white's position, even though rook c1 is normally not, the first thing I go for.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Alireza has like really critical a couple of moves coming up, because white is quite clear what white is playing for in this position, with c4 as the main idea, trying to open up the game. So he just played queen c5. For some reason, it's like I looked at c4 and I did not see c5 was a possible square. And even though I wanted to keep the queen protecting d6, I still didn't see that. So, all right. Queen c5 definitely makes sense. So you're keeping your eye on c4 and also allowing the knight to escape to d6. So now, David, is white going to still consider at some point, the c4 move, but you can't because that would hang the knight on d4. So that's out of the question for the moment.
Yeah.
Rook fc1 seems pretty reasonable. Right?
Yeah,
let's put that on the board.
Okay. Rook fc1.
Yeah, rook fc1. And what are you going to do with your bishop on c8? That's also an important question.
I guess I'll just play bishop d7 because black's bishop is basically a beggar here, so it has to go to the square it can.
Yeah, now the problem is I like really can't get in c4. On bishop e3, you have knight g4 possibly ideas, would be quite annoying. Yeah, as an idea, it's definitely there. I mean, there is knight b3, but so okay. Queen c5, good move by Alireza.
Yeah. Just sort of listing candidate moves in this position for white, in addition to rook fc1. There's the move rook d1 that comes to mind for me. Defending the knight on d4. And I think black can't play knight c3 because of rook a c1. And I should win a piece. So with rook fd1, I'm defending that knight in order to look for some chance to play c4. As well as...
That's quite interesting. So basically on queen c3, you just want to go into the kinds of lines that we've already looked at.
You know, the f3 idea that you played previously. Queen c3, knight c3, rook c1. I will transpose. Exactly, because black moved the queen twice to get to c3, and I moved the rook twice to get to c1.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, so you can go rook fd1, and if I go, bishop d7, what's your idea?
Yeah, now it's a big question.
You can't move your knight from d4. I think we should point out that important tactical detail to our viewers.
All right, let me try. Knight b3.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. So once you move that rook from f1, guys, like your knight is pinned. And that is quite relevant because in some positions, knight b3 could have been an idea, but it's not.
Okay. I'll play c4.
All right, David, that's very brave. So now, what do you want? I mean, let's say I do take it. All right, queen takes. Yeah, there's lots to calculate here. Yeah, once you sack the pawn.
Yeah. I mean, I hadn't looked so far ahead yet.
I mean, on rook ac1, I guess b5 is possible. Knight c5 is possible. Rook fc8. Black is kind of getting away with all of this, aren't they? Yeah, now my other knight will come back to e4. Knight, yeah, this one or the other one? I'm thinking the other one, David.
I think the other one, because I'll have bishop c5 otherwise.
Yeah.
I'm starting to run out of things to throw at you. G4 might be my last little... Oh, knight takes bishop.
By the way, David, Caruana did play knight c5. He went in immediately for that knight infiltration. Maybe we can leave this position because Mamedyarov is going to have a pretty big think here as he chooses his next phase of the plan.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a position where white has to act pretty quickly. Like I do think like in the Mamedyarov Firouzja game, the next few moves are quite critical for both players.
Okay, well, let's click around everywhere. Let's see Wesley. And so let's get an update there. DC4, bishop c4, a6. This is a main line you can get out of bishop e2 or bishop d3. And a4 preventing black's main dream of b5. So black's going to surely play c5 in response to that. Rook d1, I guess queen c7. Knight e4, I guess, trade.
Yeah, white wound up winning a pawn in this position and giving black the 2 bishops as compensation.
White's won a pawn, huh?
Yeah, by the time we see the final position, it looks like, if that counts correctly, white is up a pawn.
Oh, yeah, it didn't recapture there. e5. e5 is bold. e4, e4. Oh, nice technique. Takes. And here we go. Queen d7. What a follow-up. He sacks a pawn and then decides to deal with the threat of knight g5 from white with queen f5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in general in love with the way this game is going for reports, because obviously I don't see where he's going to use his trademark creativity in such a position. I mean, usually in such a position, black is really just playing for, for a draw, just to, they're saying, okay, you have the extra d pawn, but I have some compensation in the form of my bishops. The question is, how much suffering black will have to do. I think there should be some suffering ahead, but I guess queen d7, by the way, of course, very strange looking move. With what idea? Does he want to go queen g4 or queen f5?
Yeah. He's just going straight for a queen trade.
Or maybe, the idea is that on bishop f4, he wants to play rook e8. So I'm sure he's very interested in that tempo with rook e8 that's coming. He was also kind of stopping knight g5, because now in knight g5, yes, queen f5 is like a decent answer. But, black is really not playing for more than a draw here. And so I think Wesley can be satisfied. I mean, he has some chances in this position. It's not easy to make use of the pawn for sure, but against report, like, I feel like report must feel a little bit uncomfortable here as well.
Right. Wesley might have to play rook and opposite colored bishop today instead of queen and opposite colored bishop, because basically black's claim is with the bishop pair, white can't really make progress. At some point, white has to plunk the knight somewhere like e5 after the queen's trade on f5. And then black plays bishop takes e5 and defends the opposite colored bishop ending. In theory, that all makes sense and it's all true. It's just you have to be ready to suffer. Like you said, you have to be ready to play a lot of good moves to prove that point.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's a true point that you can just draw these positions as black if you play perfectly.
Yep. Well, guys, we're going to go on our first break. And when we come back, we're going to show you the games that we haven't yet touched upon. Vachier versus Aronian, and actually that's the only one we haven't talked about, but we'll take you right there. They are already quite deep into an endgame with a white rook on the 7th rank, so quite interesting. The white is down a pawn there, so another position with compensation for a missing pawn, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the Superbet Classic in Romania, step one of the Grand Chess Tour 2022. We wanted to let you know about another big event, the Chess.com Global Championship. It's your chance to play alongside the world's best players for a title. Be a part of history by entering Chess.com's largest chess tournament that's open to everyone. The non-titled open qualifiers are running every Sunday from now through the end of July. So what are you waiting for? Head to go.chess.com/CGC2022 for more information and get verified to play.
All right, guys, we're back with our coverage of the 6th round of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. Wesley So is in the lead. He currently has an extra pawn against Richard Rapport, although it's quite possible that game may end in a draw if Richard Rapport finds the compensation for that pawn. And we're going to go straight into Vachier Lagrave versus Levon Aronian. That game was a Vienna variation. And now they're pretty far into an endgame. Queens came off the board pretty early. So let's take the viewers through the game.
Yeah. And just to note, viewers, today's theme is positional pawn sacks. So we've got, 4 different kinds of pawn sacks that we can compare and contrast here on the different boards. Several of them are for a bishop pair, but here it's largely for this active rook. So I'm going to back up and show you some Vienna opening theory here quickly. After black plays c5, Vachier takes on c4. Black trades on d4, cutting into white's center. Knight d4 looks good so far. All the white pieces coming out quickly to reasonable squares. And now black trades on c3 and goes after a pawn with queen a5, hitting the bishop and c3. If you just retreat meekly, then black will be able to pick the pawn on e4. So it's really kind of a triple attack since the queen has freed the knight to take on e4 here. Bishop b5 check, theoretical move that cuts the queen off from attacking the bishop on g5, although it does just trade. So bishop trades, queen c3 check. On queen d2, there's queen a1, king e2. Now g takes f6, rook c1 would be one intention of white's. And you can see that kind of lagging development for black is the main theme of white's game here. And it's also the reason why king e2 is not really a factor in this position. And black actually played queen b2, trying to force queens off the board because white's king is perfectly safe when there are no attacking pieces. And here, Maxime rushes to the weak spot on c7, establishing the rook before black can control it. Actually, it's interesting that black chooses to castle. Isn't that kind of interesting here, Irina?
Yeah, it definitely in the end game, the king is usually not in a rush to castle, and he has a few interesting squares for that king, d8 and e7. Now, I think the problem with d8 is even though he keeps the rook out of c7, I mean, the king is just really terrible there. White will go king e3, rook d1, just like in the game, and won't be able to really move any pieces. King e7 looks more natural. So after king e7, does white want to go rook c7? Sure, why not? Let's go king rook c7. You're in a pin, and then you can always defend your rook with the other rook, rook hc1. And actually, it's very difficult for black to even make any moves in this position. So this is the reason he's castling. It's not so much about, well, it's a little bit about king safety, but it's just you cannot really get your pieces out with your king stumbling all over the board. So you got to get him out of that place.
Yeah. I would say if there were one less piece on the board, there's no way black would castle here, because you're giving up the potential of that king to defend the weak square at c7 or at d7 or at d6. I mean, the king's quite a good piece for defending these squares. And if there were one less piece on the board, I think the king would feel safe, headlining that fight, trying to keep the white pieces out. anytime you've got the queens off the board, you really have to consider that option. And, you know, because black is slightly more passive than white, I think MVL is not regretting not having his king on G1. He's happy to hang out on E3 or wherever. So it's, we can see that we're just sort of at that borderline where kings can start fighting.
Yeah, so black just played knight b6, and it's white's turn after this move. So now let's try to understand, what is black planning? I suppose e5 is a very obvious move. Another move that he has is perhaps bishop d7 can be looked at if he's desperate to get the bishop out. He might want to give up the pawn, but maybe that's not like, yeah, it's not crazy to do that at all, because like, just to show a sample line, let's say we make white play h3 or something, David. Bishop d7, if you take, I take, and then there's knight c4, and that's kind of an important move for my counterplay. My knight finally comes into the game, and now you have some problems with your king. My rook wants to come down to d2, and I definitely think black has, you know, enough activity here. So yeah, black has two main ideas in this position. They're both involving trying to make the bishop on c8 better, and giving back the pawn that you have just to develop your pieces is not a bad strategy at all.
Yeah, and I was actually thinking of playing f4 here for white, with the idea of maybe moving the pawn to e5, and with the idea that if black played e5, I could trade and play knight f3. And it might be annoying for black to defend e5. But now that I'm thinking about it, if I ever play e5, black has knight d5. So I'm feeling kind of, you know, somewhere between insane and stupid with my f4 idea.
Well, that's an interesting range to be in, David.
Yeah.
So white just put knight b3 on the board. Okay, another one of those mysterious moves that need a little bit of clarification. So where is that knight going? Well,
I think it tells us
a5, yeah?
Yeah, I think it tells us that on bishop to b7, bishop to d7, white's going to retreat rather than trading, and then bring the knight to a5 to try and win back the pawn on b7.
Yes, but we say we actually put that on the board and we go bishop d7. Now bishop e2, of course, it loses a tempo. And now, wow, there's a lot of good looking moves for black, David. A lot. One of them is rook fc8. And no, rook f.
Okay, sorry.
Well, now it's rook d, but it was, yeah, rook d.
Gotcha. So we got to go rook h.
Yeah, show the viewers why they can't take the pawn.
Oh, I don't know why. I wasn't considering it.
Yeah, bishop c6. I mean, you might have some issues with your rook.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the rook seems like it's getting trapped.
Yeah. No good.
And yeah, so honestly, I don't foresee any problems for Levon in equalizing this position. And on bishop d7, bishop e2, we even have more moves, right, David? Like we can go bishop c6. If you put that on the board, bishop d7, bishop e2, bishop c6. And then on knight a5, we just have some rook to c8, maybe rook f c8. Oh, yeah, I keep calling it the f rook. It's the d rook.
Now I know what you mean. You're like on the descriptive notation, the king rook.
Yeah, the king rook. Exactly.
This looks like white has no real hope. Honestly, it's like we're not even really getting our pawn back ever, are we?
Yeah, it's not easy to even get your pawn back. So I don't know what he's like. What is he planning on bishop d7? Can we look at that again? Because he can't just, wow. And then Aronian doesn't play bishop d7, such like a normal looking developing move. Wow, he plays f5.
He's showing how stupid my e5 idea was for white. He plays f5 himself.
Wow, he wants to trade off his doubled pawns and get the knight to d5. Well, that's ambitious. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, very ambitious. Definitely trying to win here without without even developing.
Yeah, no, I like that move. He's kind of trying to show that the active white king on e3 is actually a bit of a liability.
Yeah. And we see more than a half-hour difference on the clock. I mean, that's projecting a lot of confidence for Levon as well. And then, playing this f5 move pretty quickly here.
Yeah. So Levon is just very comfortable with his Vienna variation and the game. I think Vachier may be regretting, that he went into such a line. He basically got into an end game just straight from theory. Again, not really his style so much. And now Levon is up a pawn and with very clear ideas on the board. He plays bishop d3. Okay. So what can I say? I mean, now he's going to give up the bishop. Okay. Like, let's say after pawn takes bishop.
I mean, let's say this. It was better than pawn takes pawn, knight d5.
Yeah.
And it was probably better than f3, fe4, fe4. And then you've got split pawns yourself while still being down a pawn as white. I mean, you really structurally, you're kind of headed towards a loss at that point. Like, there are very few endgames that aren't losing for white.
Yeah, so bishop d3 played pretty quickly by Maxime. And I guess what black will be taking, although he doesn't have to take. Doesn't have to take. I would say bishop d7 if he's in need of other options. Bishop d7 is certainly an option. But let's say we just for a second take a look at pawn e4, just because it's a forcing move, right?
Okay.
Doesn't mean it's going to be played, but pawn takes, bishop takes, and let's say knight d5. I'm just curious about this position. Like, so we get the bishop. How does white equalize? I was going to take with the rook, David, although I understand with the pawn is possible. I was going to take with the rook, though.
Yeah, if you take with the pawn, white can put their king on d4, which feels fun. So I think you take with the rook here. And now let's say, I mean, I've got no fear for white, honestly, once you trade your knight for my bishop, because I actually like both knights better than both bishops in this particular position.
Yeah, I guess after bishop d7, you just take on b7 and it's going to be quite equal. It's certainly no worse for white. Okay, so this is not so ambitious for black. Yeah, I guess he's going to go for something else.
What I'm thinking is actually a suggestion that just came in chat. I'm thinking that black's going to play f4 check here.
All right, a little
space
deflection
on the king side and taking over some dark squares. King's got to stay on the bishop, comes to e2. I wanted to play f3 here, of course, but it does nothing yet. So then I'll just play e5 next.
Oh, you want to go e5? Interesting.
Yeah.
e5 is interesting. What about bishop d7, David? Can we just try to play without e5? And
we can. We can. And if you want to play bishop d7, I mean, you don't have to play f4. There's no rush to do it. You can just play bishop d7 here as well.
Yeah, I mean, this move certainly looks possible.
And I imagine knight a5 is what white has to get in before bishop c6 gets played. And I think white's in time to not lose with this.
Yeah. So someone is saying, why not rook b8 and then bishop d7? Well, you can basically play bishop d7 without even protecting the pawn, chess lover, because no one's going to be taking that pawn yet anyway, because it gets the rook in some trouble. Although bishop d7, I guess rook takes b7, maybe you can try it.
Yeah, but against rook b8 as well. I mean, white's main move is knight a5, and it's what white will probably play then.
But here, David, you can try to take on e4 and then knight d5. Here we get a tempo on your knight on a5.
Oh.
That's a valuable tempo. Because that's going to give us the time to play b6 maybe, or just e5, right? e5 and bishop e6. Yeah, that's
yeah. We got to watch out for the details. Okay. So that does matter. So rook b8.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. But let's say I play rook hc1, waiting for a moment. And only if you play bishop d7, right? Whenever you play bishop d7, then I'll play knight a5 to stop bishop C6 in time, and should be able to hold.
Yeah. So what other options does white have? Sorry, does black have here other than these moves that we've been looking at? So we can also do a combination of f4 and bishop d7, right? But you're always going knight a5.
Here's something weird you could try. You could try to mix two ideas. You could go rook b8 first to cover this pawn when knight a5 is not yet good. And then on rook hc1, we can trade bishop takes and f5 because b7 is not hanging. And then bishop f3, e5. We can throw the pawns at the white king and look for a chance to just sort of play bishop e6 for free or something, or f4 check bishop e6 or bishop f5.
Yeah, this looks very interesting. So how did you do that again, David?
So I played Chess Lover's rook b8 move. Because you'd shown me this issue with knight a5 there. I get white to play rook hc1 here. You know, keeping, I don't know if there's a better move than that, but you know, staying strong enough for knight a5 or knight c5 when needed, keeping the rook defended on c7. But then I try a demonstration with the pawns. Fe4, knight d5 check is threatened, f5, bishop can't take on b7. And then I play e5, and now we're threatening e4, followed by knight d5, and we're also threatening, even if we don't hit knight d5, to play some combination of e4, f4, and bring out the bishop.
Yeah, no, this looks very interesting. For sure, blocking off their bishop with e4 and getting the d5 square would be pretty amazing, I would say, in this position. So yeah, it's a big moment for Aronian. He has a lot of options to go through. It's not apparent, obviously clear in the beginning which one is the best, because he's got to look at like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, like maybe like 4 moves that he needs to, wade through here. So I expect he's going to take his time at this moment, and we can take a look at some games that look interesting here, and that would be, shall we go back to the game Dominguez versus Dioc, because we haven't talked about that in a while, and they have made a couple of moves, and black has still not castled.
That's right. Dioc played the move that I expected, although I never mentioned it when we were talking before, but he played rook d8 in this position here. And, there's so many lines we were looking at, Irina, where at some point black plays knight b6 and white trades on f6 and plays queen d6, or black plays knight h7 and white takes on e7 and queen d6, that I was starting to think that black should just overprotect the d6 pawn with the rook. Even though normally you would put the rook on c8, right? If white had a d5 pawn, you would, of course, put the rook on c8. Maybe threaten knight b4, which here a3 would stop. So just rook d8, defending d6 some more, even though it seems like black's best defended square. And it should free up black for a lot of different tactical opportunities.
Yeah, I'm just like, I got distracted looking at the game Wesley So and Richard Report going into the bishops of opposite color, David, and
just as predicted.
And it doesn't look like much is going to happen in this game. I mean, I would be very surprised if Wesley manages to win. So I do feel like Report is going to get a pretty easy draw in that game.
Not that rook e8 tempo, queen takes, bishop takes, knight d3. Only thing different is I expected that the bishop e5 d e5 structure is what we would get. So knight d3, bishop d3, bishop d6, bishop here. Yeah, I mean, quite comfortable for Rapport for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on rook d2, he's going to put his bishop on b3 and try to get it over to d5. And unfortunately for white, okay, he went rook c1. Well, that gives also black, and think about the move rook e2. Not crazy at all to consider that. Or he can just go for bishop b3, just solid, and or bishop e4. I mean, I don't know. All of those moves look completely within the realm of normal for black. So yeah. Okay, I mean, the game went kind of the way we were talking about. There's definite compensation for black because of the bishops of opposite color. And going back, yeah, to Dominguez Diak. Sorry, I distracted you guys.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. So far going as expected. And, you know, if anything comes up, we'll definitely want to check in on that. It reminds me of a Caruana Carlsen game, where I think also Magnus had the bishop pair transposing into opposite colored bishops down a center pawn, but he sort of picked up the a4 pawn. And then he actually managed to grind out and win that endgame with black after grabbing Fabi's a4 pawn. It's one of the coolest endgames I've seen in a while. But if anything happens there, yeah, we'll get back to that. So Diak played rook d8, which I think makes a lot of sense here, Irina. Freeing black for knight b6, knight h7, all that kind of stuff. And I really wanted Lanier to play f4 next, right here. Just f4 right away, but he didn't.
He didn't. He played bishop d3, I think, right?
Yeah, bishop d3 and knight b6.
Okay. And that's now, he just played rook h1.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like he's just gonna move the rook and keep us waiting. You know, he's partly waiting for, you know, for black to castle or not castle, building up the pressure while waiting. I guess an important question would have been f4 e4, right? What's going on there? Can he take on f6 with anything here?
He definitely can, but there's knight c4 in the end, or bishop b2, right? Knight c4 looks like a bit problematic. Yeah, the knight is really powerful. Looks like black is getting their attack before white. I mean, you can play queen e2, but
you just castle, right?
Yeah, I think,
you know,
after c3, you know, knight, you got to look at knight a3, right? And quite a good chance that this will be dangerous. Although, let's see, the computer did not like our.
What? The computer doesn't think that's dangerous? That looks so dangerous. Here, let's get one extra tempo, Irina. Same idea, but with knight b2.
But the problem is there's queen b2.
Oh, the queen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think we can do it like that. Hold on. So how do we win here? Yeah, rook e8 is a great start. Yeah, like making our pieces better.
Keep the queen a little bit occupied there.
Yeah, but all those threats against the white king. I mean, white is not even like anywhere close. We're already threatening d5, and not to mention, you know, all the sacrifices. So
the queen's got to go to like c2 or g2, and now we just get an improved version of knight b2.
Yeah, no, David. There's knight e3, even simpler.
Oh, simpler. Wow. All right, knight e3.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Ow.
I mean, yeah.
Well, that only wins an exchange.
It does.
It's better to just end white.
End the game and then play with e4, right? Yeah, I agree. It's actually a more effective tactic.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yeah, this was clearly pretty nice for black. So f4 e4 was an issue. So he plays rook he1. And now black is thinking, so what moves would I think about here for black? I mean, castles 100% I would think about.
Yeah.
I have a feeling like that is a good moment to do it, especially when the rook moves away from the king side. And I suppose you can take a look at moves like knight c4. I don't know how much it gives you, but it's
on queen c3. There's knight a3, right?
Yeah.
So we're not just sort of walking into that pin. So what makes more sense? Queen b4, there's d5.
Right. So I think probably queen e2.
Okay, simpler kind of move.
Mm-hmm.
And now I wonder if we can play d5 for black here.
Yeah, I was
There's
just
not
thinking
really anything
about
else
that.
I want to play for black. But I suppose b5 is a candidate move too.
Mm-hmm. So d5, if we take on c4, you take with the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Was
Got a
planning
little
to.
tempo on my knight. But I don't want you to go c3.
Knight e2, we have c3. On most moves, we have c3. This doesn't look promising for white.
Yeah, I suppose you could play knight d2, c3, bishop f6. I think that needs to be calculated, David, because there's c3, bishop f6.
Uh-huh.
And if you take an f6, I go knight e4 with tempo. I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
The pawn. And if you take on d2, yeah, this one is a double attack, right? So
you take on d2, then you've got to take h8, I imagine, right?
yeah, and then I'm also pretty happy. I think, unless you're going to trap my bishop with f6, that would be so mean, and you are going to do that.
I will.
Yeah, you're gonna let's just show the viewers because it's a typical idea, but it's easy to miss it, right? And now the bishop on h8 all of a sudden is completely trapped, and black is going to go king f7 and win that bishop.
Look, it can try to get out. It can try to get out. G5 as well.
Yeah. Tough situation we created for him. How did we get that? We played
we got fancy. We allowed black to play c3. You weren't scared of, or you it's not that you weren't scared of c3. You tried to make it all work tactically.
Mm-hmm.
But
wasn't so you took on d2 and I had to go into all of this.
I don't know if we had to.
Takes on d2, and do I have any other alternatives? I mean, I can't take your pawn. Whoa, and do I have bishop e5? Bishop e5, David. Here we go. Let me surprise you with something. Now you're not going to trap my bishop.
That's true. You got rid of the trapping pawn.
Yeah, look how beautiful this is. I love all those pieces on the e-file that we got.
Yeah, 2 queens there.
No, yeah, I mean, no, David. I mean, all of white's pieces that are going to be on the e-file right now.
Oh, because you're going to put another one there.
Yeah, and look at that beautiful centralization down a rook, but it looks like winning for white because you got bishop h8 coming, and you're going to be up a pawn with pressure against the bishop on e7. So that's not out of the question. I mean, this line with knight c4, queen e2, and just taking that knight. I mean, like, honestly, guys, I don't think knight c4 is like a super likely move for black when he has the move castles available, which we haven't even refuted yet. Yeah, the black king is getting stuck in the center, and that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? You can't castle because of knight d7. Oops.
Which luckily stops queen b6 from coming a second time. Queen b6 was a suggestion from chat, but knight c4, I was just kind of guessing knight c4 might work out. It seems like it does.
Yeah. Can we go to the starting position? And because I think, okay, like knight c4 is a little bit of a long shot. So what about castle?
Yeah. Castling is much more likely. And then how about g4?
Okay. All righty. So you want to start sacking stuff. Okay, what's your threat? Your threat is to take on f6, take on h5. Got it. All right.
Yeah.
So I have to take on g4. Okay, and now you want me to believe that I can't just grab the pawn. But is that true? What if I just go and grab it? All right. So now, oh, I know I'm playing with some fire because on F5, you can take on E7 and go H3 and win my pawn on G6, and that's a problem. Winning that pawn and getting to the black king. So I can't protect the knight like that.
Yeah.
And you're really getting some initiative on the G file then, in that case, because like, well, we can show the viewers, let's say the knight goes back to F6, right? We can show them how black is going to get mated.
All right. I really wanted you to bring my queen to G5. I would have had an easier time checkmating like that, but let's,
I mean, yeah, that's actually pretty good, isn't it, David? Yeah, just bringing in those pieces. You don't even have to sacrifice anything. And one day you will sack something on G6. All right. Okay, let's just go back because this didn't work out. So I don't think I can take your pawn and open the G file like that.
I still haven't found the checkmate, but okay. Feels good. Feels good, but I haven't found the mate. But yeah, I wouldn't advise taking the G pawn because honestly, white's not threatening much here. It's like H4, H5. It's going to take a little bit. So
yeah, I have a really good move here for black, David.
Okay.
Do you want to guess it?
Probably not knight C4. It's probably fighting back in the light squares. It's probably D5 and then E4.
Exactly, right? There we go, D5. Seems like a very wholesome move. We like to use the center, and we like to put pawns on the opposite color of our bishop to open up our dark squared bishop. So honestly, when I see E4 coming, I just stop looking at this for white. Like, I don't think white can, go fishing in this position.
Well, bishop pairs can like ebb and flow. We can drop back to F1 and then just keep playing.
You can keep playing. I agree. But I feel like, whoa, is that the position? No, it's not the position on the board, but something very similar is on the board. He did
some version of D5 has just been played without castling.
Yeah. It was something I thought about, but I just really thought that he would throw in castling. I mean, before you look at a move like D5, you think about castles, right? So he went D5. Yeah. It's a little scary to be moving forward in the center when your king is still there. But I guess he has calculated that it's not a big deal. There's no F4 because it's always met by E4. There's not going to be sacrifices there. So I would say, okay, yeah, sure. D5. I mean, with a soon to follow castle, seems quite reasonable for black.
Yeah, that's one move he can stop worrying about now is F4, more or less. Chat's asking if rook takes E5 works here. Idea probably to then follow up with rook E1 and try and pick up one of the knights on B6 or F6. So let's have us a look. If I've correctly guessed what chat is thinking here. So rook E1 hitting the queen, D6 looks like the square where she defends both knights. I'd wanted to play queen F2 in a similar position and hit both knights, but there's the F3 pawn right now. So it's not really a double attack here. What does chat have in mind?
So they're looking at queen C3. And if castles, rook E7, queen E7, bishop F6, still, by the way, we've given up a lot of material.
Right. So if castles, rook E7, queen E7, bishop F6.
The problem is that we've given up a lot,
we've given up two exchanges to win one, right?
And in this position, I mean, there's a lot of moves for black. Like even the move D4, he can consider.
D4 simplifies really cleanly. And then you're just up in exchange in that end game. We've given up too much here for white, for sure. And on queen C3, it's probably better for black to play D4 before castling. And then you're truly out of the game.
Yeah, I mean,
rook E5. That's an idea.
Yeah, rook E5 is an idea. It does feel like too extravagant for this position, guys. So I don't think we're going to be seeing that.
Mhm.
But what can white do against the center? Let's not forget that white is down a pawn here, and if black is just allowed, to keep everything the way it is, of course, black will be having a very nice position. So white is in need of something good here and some way to challenge the center. So it's a pretty key moment for white. How about David?
He's
I have
played
an
something.
idea.
Okay, tell me.
Yeah, I
tell
was
me your
just
idea.
gonna say it. Yes,
Yeah.
I just saw it, but I was gonna say queen e2 to attack e5. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. I was gonna let you try and guess or compare your move, but
Yep.
yeah, queen e2. So knight to d7 is sort of the obvious. You can tell us what you have planned against it if.
Yeah, I didn't have anything planned yet because I literally was just looking for a way to attack something in black's position because I didn't see what else. So that was as far as I got to with queen e2.
Okay.
Knight bd7. Okay.
There is a plan in these positions where you play h3 g4 for white. I've seen that before in the h5 Najdorfs. If you're not super concerned about time, but you just want to slowly engage the pawn structure to open up some light squares.
Let's go knight d4, David, because it looks aggressive.
Knight d4. Okay. What's next? Knight e6.
Yeah, I was thinking, it's a possibility if you go castles. I was looking at like that bishop g6, knight e6. I know it's a bit extravagant. I know it's not too scary, but knight d4 seemed like an interesting idea using this pin. I guess you could castle, right?
Could probably castle, but you're going to play bishop takes g6.
Yeah, I don't think it works. You can probably even take on d4.
Okay. I'm kind of inclined to play queen b3 and not deal with anything happening on my light squares.
Yeah. Okay, so it's probably not knight d4. So what could it be? What could be the plan? You can't go f4. I mean, g4 is not looking good because
until black castles.
Yeah, and it's also going to help black play e4.
Well, h3 g4, and you can take.
Oh, I have an idea, David. Bishop f4.
Okay.
Look at that. I was just desperately trying to win back that center pawn. Yeah. And
yeah,
if you go bishop d6, I suppose I could take you perhaps and play f4. Well,
yeah.
I mean, the problem is, do you have even just knight fd7 here? And just take with the knight and then, keep your extra pawn and castle?
Wow, you're even trying to keep the extra pawn?
Oh yeah, I want that extra pawn. And seems like I can, right?
So here.
Yeah, black survives.
Yeah.
So our viewer is saying something about some move c4. But there's no, where is c4 possible? Like after knight bd7, c4? Oh, okay, yeah. c4 right here. That's a chess lover came up with that idea.
Well, it's consistent with the light square strategy. So let's see the rest of that variation. It goes castle, cd5, knight d5, bishop g6. Bishop on g5 is hanging. I wonder if that's part of the calculation.
Maybe black just takes that bishop, yeah, or even just takes on g6 and the bishop ultimately hangs. So I don't think you can do that final tactic, but let's see what you can do in this position. Well, you can go, yeah, you can
bishop h6, rook e8, and take.
Yep. And black is going to go like knight c3, David, and mess up your pawn structure before taking your bishop.
Suddenly, our king is loose too.
Maybe you don't have to take on g6. Maybe you have like bishop c4 ideas. Maybe just go for some kind of compensation. You have bishop c4, or is it just running into knight b6 somewhere?
Another knight b6.
Yeah. It doesn't.
Oh, the worst of it is black could maybe recapture on d5 with the rook and keep the pawn.
Yeah, so people are also looking at knight fd7, and so it does look like black actually has a choice about which knight to use. But knight fd7, it looks weird, right? Like you're going to allow the trade of bishops and keep your king in the center. So there is a very unusual element to this move. It's not necessarily bad because the king can always go back to f8 and g7. So perhaps like something so unusual is actually in the cards. But question is, how does white use that king in the center? F4, you just go e4, there's no sacks. And just king
There's
f8
no sacks?
is really coming next. Yeah, I don't think there's any sack. We're gonna try bishop e4, pawn takes, queen takes, king f8. I mean, maybe you have queen d4 and like some way to disrupt me from creating harmony.
Yeah.
Queen d4 is definitely worth a try before I go king g7.
King g8 to h7.
Okay.
And maybe rook e7
Rook
to prevent that.
Yeah, you get like a lot of pieces in. What are you threatening though? Just tell me.
I mean, just to play f5 eventually if I can keep you from fixing your position.
Okay, I get it. So you're trying to like put me into zugzwang and I'm pinned in a million different ways and I have like a bad rook on h8.
Yeah, first zugzwang, later we'll come up with something to do.
Yeah. Okay. Rook h7.
Rook h7, yeah. All right, so are you planning to move the f pawn to get that rook into the game?
Yeah, I was. I see the computer hates my move, but so should I go pawn? I'm gonna take it, David. I'm just gonna take it. I feel
all right,
like that can't be that terrible.
Okay, because it's helping your rook on h7. I never thought you would just take it.
Yeah.
Didn't even consider it.
We also have chess lovers saying there's an idea of knight c5 to e6 and checkmate on g7. Was that a couple of moves ago, I guess?
Yeah, that must have been before the rook was on h7.
Yeah, maybe we go back, maybe before f5 or something like that.
Yeah. f5, you just took it, man. Rook h7, that's good defense. Rook h7.
I don't know. I mean, it might not be so good. The question is, how do you get your knight into the game, right? So, well, actually, knight c5 here is potentially a big problem.
C5?
Yeah, because the rook on h7 is out of the game. So if you play queen c5, let's put it on the board, David.
Okay, yeah. I'm just calculating. Queen c5, queen c5.
Yeah, I was hoping the two rooks, like the rooks would actually be superior here to the knights because the rook on h7 is like completely out of action. So like,
yeah,
this is rook c7 is quite painful, or b4. Yeah.
Rook c7, knight e7.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, it's painful. It's painful for white.
Yeah.
But we want, oh, no, David.
Oh my God. I hung it again.
How many rooks are we going to hang in like the space of 10 seconds, huh?
I hung it again. All right, let's go to Okay, now I'm scared that whatever I do, I'm going to hang a rook.
Okay, no, rook b8 is good. It's good.
Rook b8's okay?
Yeah.
You're promising me I'm not hanging a rook now.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, well, the problem is the two knights would be doing well, but the rook on h7 is terrible, and you're about to lose another pawn. So yeah, here white has the advantage. So let's go back a little bit, yeah, just to remind ourselves how we even got here. We sacked
That's
a bunch
queen
of stuff.
b4 and then knight c5, which we didn't originally realize was
maybe rook h7 is not a good move. So let's see what maybe other than rook h7.
Queen queen c6 still allows knight c5.
Oh yeah, well, okay, you can't go king h7 because you get mated into rook f7 and queen g7, right? So that's not possible. Oh, I have an idea. Do we have this move? Yeah, we do. How about we just go rook c8, David? Nice, simple chess, yeah? Why do we always need to make it so complicated?
So if I take on d7, you'll just trade everything?
Oh yeah, I'm up in exchange actually, right? So I can totally give you those two knights because it's not like you're winning two pieces for a rook. You're gonna still be down the exchange and c2 is hanging. So I'm just getting out of the pin slowly but surely. I might go, queen c6 or queen c4 once you protect c2. Yeah, black is doing all right here. So this didn't quite work.
Okay.
For white.
Okay.
But he's still thinking. He's thinking because really both of these knight moves are plausible.
Right. Yeah. So in the game, folks, it's queen e2 has been played. Knight bd7, knight fd7, kind of the choice here for Diak. We've looked at both for a little bit. Let's update some other boards as well.
Yeah, let's update Mamidara Firouzja. Before we go on a break, let's see that game that was promising to be quite interesting. Let's see how black managed to win the c3 pawn. So white played rook ac1, bishop d7. That was pretty normal. Oh, so look, Dave, remember earlier how we were going to hang that pawn in f2 by using the rook f? Well, Mamidara left it on f1 to protect f2 so he can move his knight and play c4. Makes sense. Except this turned out to be a pawn sack, right?
We'll see. Played c4 as soon as he could.
And then after you
take... They're going to be bishop b5 here or something?
Oh, yeah. Isn't there? Whoa, no? Let's look at that. Bishop b5.
Oh, it's rook e4.
Rook e4, yeah. Tactic, big tactic, guys.
Okay. Trades like this. Yeah, so far something that white could be reasonably happy with. Just a trade of pawns. The bishop pair remains intact. Knight c3, hitting two pawns at once.
Probably e3 or knight d4. Okay.
4. Now, well, b7's hanging. White's not losing a pawn. Right. Black played queen b4, threatening queen d4 while defending b7.
Pretty clever. That Firouzja is a tricky player. You want to show that tactic, David?
Sure. Like, let's say white played
pawn a3. Just put the pawn in a3.
a3.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what we call a decoy tactic, and it is a pretty cool tactic that is going to win black a piece. You pull the queen into a knight fork, and you wind up taking that knight on d4 as a bonus. So white needs to protect themselves against that. He plays bishop f3. Okay. So let's take stock of this position, David. White has managed to trade off his c3 pawn for the other isolated pawn on d5. He has the bishop pair advantage. He has the pawn majority, but black has a definite kind of activity. And I would say one of the obvious moves to look at here is knight f to d5.
Sure.
Yeah, taking the pawn perhaps as well. But, I just instinctively wanted to centralize my pieces and make some threats. And now black has to be a bit careful.
Yeah, I think when you set up the knights like this
Yeah.
without a pawn anchor, it's risky. I just wanted to say something much simpler first, really quickly, which is that I think a basic question is white hanging the A2 pawn? And I believe that rook B1 wins the pawn on B7. I just wanted to throw that out there. If this bishop weren't covering C1, then black would just have a move like rook C1. And so they'd be up a pawn. And, you know, black's main counterplay might be to pass pawns on the queen side. But rook B1 would just win back the pawn. So I don't think that that's just hanging. Okay, back to your knight D5.
Knight FD5 is interesting, bishop D2, and maybe like queen A4 here.
Mm-hmm.
Getting out of the pin because actually bishop D5 was a threat. And I want to take the A2 pawn with the queen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But there's probably rook C1 trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Continuing to harass the knights. If the D5 knight moves, the C3 knight dies. If the C3 knight moves, the D5 knight dies. And
it's a problem. It's a problem. So black has to be kind of careful. I guess, you know, what I would say, guys, is there is more risk in this position for black. I mean, the computer bar might be saying it's even, but for white to lose, like even losing the A2 pawn is not necessarily that bad, right? Because he has two bishops, really good centralization. He has ideas of going H4, H5, H6 if he's allowed. So it's kind of hard to see white losing this game unless he literally blunders in one move. While for black, it's a lot easier to see him drifting off into something unpleasant. So I think the computer evaluation is like at least a little misleading here because there is like more accuracy required from black.
And honestly, I'm really a little bit surprised to see that computer eval, but it might be that there's a concrete move here for black, like queen C4 or rook C4. And my thought is that if we pressure this more and get white to play E3, that then you could play your knight D5 move when there's no bishop D2. Or maybe we could go with the queen first and highlight the queen side pawn majority with queen C4. And again, queen takes, rook takes, E3, play like B5 or something.
Yeah, I agree, David. Actually, I think queen C4 is a pretty clever move because there is more danger for black in the middle game. Like the white queen on D3 is a really good piece. She's like gluing everything together.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, given the potential for rook C1 in this position, the potential for like this H4, H5 plan, I agree that black actually wouldn't mind trading the queens at all and kind of destabilizing that white defender on D3. So I like queen C4 as a concept. Yeah. And if he finds that and he gets the queens off the board, then, you know, I think he's in a lot less danger. And then I can see how, you know, the eval bar will stay in the middle.
Right. Look at this trick. If white grabs B7 here, now we get to show queen D4 in a very clever and relevant situation.
Yep. Yep. So how does white preserve the queens? He has very little room to do so because the problem is that on queen D2, there's just queen A2. And at some point, I just don't think you're going to have enough material to win the game with.
Mm-hmm.
Although you can try like queen A2, knight A2, rook A1.
Yep.
Or even bishop B7. I mean,
yeah, you may not have enough to win these positions, but you could really torture black if you get, I mean, you're only going to have 4-on-3 on one side of the board, but you can really make black sweat with the bishop pair.
All right, guys. So I think we have done a pretty thorough overview of the salient points in these games. And we are going to take a short break and be back with you in just a few minutes.
Hi, everyone. International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again for more chess terms and tactics explained. That's the thing that I'm apparently doing now with my time. I believe being a Chief Chess Officer makes me qualified to break down some basic tactics. So here we go with the fork. Right before your eyes, you see a beautiful, beautiful image of a fork going through a knife. But let's talk about the common ways this tactic occurs. Perhaps no fork is more common, or at least the threat of executing this type of fork is often key to making a lot of tactics work. Whether you actually see top players make this blunder or not, the threat of making a fork upon attacking two minor pieces, either in the opening or even as you transition from opening to middle game, is a very common way to win material, whether it actually happens on the board or whether they prevent it. This is one you really want to know and have in your repertoire. The next example of a fork is probably the one we think of most commonly visually when you imagine a fork. It is a knight attacking two major pieces. Whether it's a check fork where you attack a king and rook, whether it's two rooks as you see here, maybe if you're super lucky, it's a king and a queen, a royal fork as they call it. Either way, the knight coming to the square literally shows you the fork in the road, hence the term fork, as it attacks more than one piece in the enemy camp, and black goes on to win material. The next example of a fork is important because while we don't actually call double attacks by pieces that aren't the pawn or knight forks, it is essentially a fork. Here we see the bishop go to the g4 square, attacking two enemy pieces, the king and the rook. This is a double attack or a fork and goes on to win material. Anytime you're putting more than one piece in your enemy opponent's camp under fire, you are forking, placing a double attack on their pieces. After this, we like to see one real game example, so I picked a special one that we're going to show you now. Here's a game chosen between Grandmaster Georg Meyer and Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Some people have heard of these guys. The World Chess Champion went on to win with the black pieces in the Grenke Chess Classic in 2017 when he traded queens on e5. The fun part of this combination is that the first fork is not enough. Georg Meyer brings the king to e3 and seemingly regains all of his material. But after knight to d3 check, we see the final and fatal fork, winning the rook on b2. Georg Meyer actually resigned on the spot in this position, as he would obviously go down a ton of material and easily lose the endgame. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. For all of our subscribers tuning into this content, thank you so much for being that. And I'm going to send it back to the broadcast crew now, and I will see you around on chess.com.
Hey guys, we're back from our very short break. And just as we were going to break, I said that we had done a thorough overview of the salient points of the games, but we've neglected to tell you that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was facing checkmate in one move to which there was no defense, and he just proceeded to resign as we went to break. So we wanted to update you on that. And let's take a look at that game, David.
Yeah, you also told me like, oh, it might be all draws. And I said, I don't know if Maxime's drawing you.
Yeah, what a turnaround. I mean, well, we knew he wasn't doing great. We definitely caught that part, but the fact that he would get mated in the middle of the board so quickly is definitely not something that we could have expected. And by the way, I'm really kind of happy about that result because we need someone to win and catch up to Wesley. Like, I don't want Wesley to feel like +2 is going to win him first place in this tournament. That's not exciting for us fans.
Yeah.
So
you don't want him to play. You don't want him to play 9 opposite colored bishop endgames.
No, I don't. And their game is already just petering out to a draw, like completely uninteresting. And you know, now that Aronian has caught up to him, you know, I think it could have been Vachier as well. Like, had Vachier won the game, he would have caught up to him. But in any case, we needed someone to do it, just to put a little bit more interest into the fight for first place. And that's really good from a standings point of view. And Levon winning with black, I mean, that's going to give him a big boost for sure.
Yeah, so it was this rook b8 move from Levon in this position, keeping the options of taking or pushing or e5, etc., or even just bishop d7 developing in some cases. Here we talked about rook h c1, but Vachier played f4, so he was really afraid of that idea of black pushing f4 at some point. But this is where Levon played an amazing move, e5, right there. Like, f4 only encouraged him to push forward in the center and explode everything. And now he's threatening e takes f4, which is even stronger than f4 because, you know, it captures something. So Maxime took that pawn, which
f4
seems logical, but now f4 came in again. King here. If king e2, there's bishop g4 now.
Yeah.
So he goes to the d file. Bishop e6 was played. Now, I guess knight c4 to e5 is maybe a main idea for black in this position, which makes me think rook h c1 for white.
Is that not what happened?
Maxime played king c3.
Maybe knight a4 check somewhere.
And knight a4, what's he doing?
Well, probably king.
Not obvious, right?
King b4 doesn't look great, honestly.
Right, but like king b2 knight, king d2 knight b2 looks really brutally bad, right?
Yeah, you have to go rooks, I don't know, knight c1 or rook c3. It doesn't look good.
So maybe it would have been king b4, but it looks like you know, just rook d3 and black is
way
in charge.
Yeah.
Right, rook e3, collect the e pawns. The bishop's better than the knight now. But after king c3, Levon played rook c8, forces a rook trade. And now,
and then he blundered with king d4.
Yeah.
Oh my.
You'd expect the king to head back to d2 here. He played king d4 and just got put in a net.
You know, you rarely can see top players walking into like a mate in one trap. That is incredible, actually. I mean, you know, it's incredible because the move knight a4 is not difficult at all. It's not like, you know, black, you know, has to calculate a long line or a complicated tactic. That's a pretty simple move. And then the king just clearly has no squares and like no way out. So it's actually shocking. I mean, his position is terrible. So maybe that was his way of resigning, but I doubt it, right? Like, I mean,
you would think that he considered king b2 and king d2. You would think those were on his candidate move list. And you would think that once king b2 was on his candidate move list, he probably looked at knight a4 and knight c4 in that position. So, I mean, it's like, it's not like knight a8 or like h6 or some move that's not one of the normal candidate moves for black on every move of this game. He himself has been dreaming of knight a5 the whole game, but somehow, just maybe it was so hopeless he just wanted to go out in like a pretty way. Maybe it was an aesthetic choice.
Well, I agree. That's what I mean. Like, is there a chance that this was his way of resigning the game? I guess there is a chance. I would put that chance at like, Well, 10 to 20%.
Yeah. The
I still-
alternative is
yeah.
he missed like a mate in one, right? So
Yeah.
so it could even be higher than that. It could be 50-50.
Well, no, but here's the thing though, David, like, I just don't think like I would still be shocked if he thought he just needs to like resign here.
If he needs
I
to
mean,
resign.
I mean, like, I know it's bad, but like resignable bad, like King D2, right? Just
Let's
play
estimate
on.
it. King D2 would be my sort of whatever most
Yeah,
obvious
like,
move.
no, like you're not supposed to want to resign like that. You're not supposed to throw in the towel just because you're down a pawn in like some end game like this. I wouldn't make any sense to me. I mean, his opponent, like Aronian, saved terrible position against Firouzja down a pawn, right? Like
Right.
all you got to do is trade off like the king side pawns and draw the 2 against 1. Like, you know, yes, rook a4 is coming. Yes, it's unpleasant. How to defend against that? How to defend against rook a4?
I guess King D3 first of all here to stop rook e4 to e5, and then knight c5 so that on rook a2 we'll take b7. But it seems dead, doesn't it? I mean,
you can also go knight c1. You could make like a really passive move like knight c1.
Okay.
Protecting the pawn.
Knight c1. But then I've got 2 connected passers, right?
Yeah, doesn't really work. Okay.
I mean, that you could resign against Aronian too. Any scenario where it's 2 connected.
Yeah. So, all right, it's bad, but I still feel like the chances are that he blundered are still higher than he purposefully walked into the mate in 1. I think it's a bit much. But to show our viewers, like, so we have some new players asking, well, why is this a checkmate? Well, the thing is that there is no defense to the move rook d8 check.
I'll draw the net here.
Yeah, this is the net. All those squares are taken away by black, and like no block, no protection over that d8 square. The king can't run, and rook d8 is going to corner the king on the next turn. So that's why white resigned here. There was just no way out of this.
The king's actually completely netted. I haven't used the rook, you guys can see. Like, we've made a full net with just the knight, bishop, and pawn. This is one reason you should all learn the bishop and knight checkmate. King, bishop, and knight against king. A lot of people think like, oh, that's tricky. Oh, that's esoteric. Oh, it's not going to come up, or I don't know how to do it. But you can learn how to do it, and it teaches you how to coordinate the pieces. You know, black's got this light squared bishop and is using every other piece to control dark squares, right? The knight and the pawn.
Yeah, no, I mean, this game is like, you know, it's hard to overstate the disaster this was for Vachier. I mean, really, like coming out and losing in 2 hours and change with the white pieces, you know, getting mated in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
End game. I mean, it's like, it feels like, you know, really salt was poured on the wounds of what was already a pretty bad game to like have it finished like that. Like I don't know. I mean, if I were him, I would feel extremely depressed about just getting smashed out of the water like this.
Yeah, truly horrific. I mean, he chose to play d4. He chose to go into this theoretical line. So he knew maybe half of this game by heart. I mean, if you count the game as starting when he was out of opening theory, then we're probably talking somewhere around where he played rook c7.
Yeah.
Which means in an end game where black has no active pieces, he got checkmated in 9. Like, he basically got mated in 9 moves this game. If you know, like, people used to say a miniature was 20 moves, but that was when people didn't know all their openings by heart, right? So you were starting on your own on move 4 or 5. Then they said a miniature is 25 moves. But at some point, these guys with their super opening theory, I mean, this is like a 9-move loss. That is.
Yeah, you know what I'm checking, David? I want to check, like, how often has Aronian played the Vienna variation as black, because in my mind, I've seen him played before. I don't think this is like a new thing for him at all. So we're going to do a quick search in the database. Tons of games in the Vienna variation going back to 2002. And he seems to have really made it, you know, part of his repertoire in like the mid, I don't even know how to call it, 2014, played a lot of it in 2021. Okay, those were a lot of those rapid tournaments, but certainly it's not a huge surprise that Aronian chose the Vienna variation. So that Vachier would kind of come in and have a game like this. And yeah, it's like really, really disappointing for him, I think. Yeah.
One of the bigger disasters of the tournament so far. We have one other game that just finished between Caruana and Nepo. Nepo, like Aronian, finishing the game with over an hour on the clock. Yeah, after this idea of knight c5, nothing really ever developed in this game.
I like this one, this comment from I love my B-chop. Maxime in a hurry to fire his second who recommended him this for white. Yeah, that's why he needed to just end the game quickly, you know, so he could give his second a piece of his mind.
Yeah, they told me rook c7 with like a good position, you know, really hard for black to untangle.
Yeah, well, I mean, so we basically are really narrowing down the material for today. So you said this game finished in a draw already. Is that right, David?
Yeah, it's already been finished. Showing how quickly things got traded off here.
Has some good prep, I would say, in the Petrov. So I'm not surprised he was able to get a pretty comfortable draw like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So easy life for Nepo today, more or less. Maybe a good decision. I mean, maybe like the one key point, a good decision, maybe not to trade on c5 and play this move queen c8. Just show that patience for one move and then untangle everything.
I agree. Queen c8, and what happened on queen c8 exactly?
Fabi developed bishop f4.
Oh yes, I just wanted to show one thing here. When we first saw this position, I kind of, you know, was a little biased against queen c8 because I thought, oh, there's like some tactic with knight takes b7 winning a pawn. Like I thought white could do an overlay. Yeah. But then when I saw that Nepomniachtchi actually played this move, I realized, well, white has a counter tactic. Knight, let's say, I don't know, knight c takes, oh, that's an interesting one. I was going to say c takes d4.
Yeah, I tried to win the whole game, but you're just showing that the pawns will be equal.
Yeah, the pawns will be equal after knight takes queen b7. Like black would certainly have been very comfortable. So Nepo made a really nice retreat there, and there was no tactic. And the point was that, you know, black just wants to play b6 and kick out the knight and just show that knight c5 was pretty pointless. So there was no point to take you. And after bishop f4, where's their tactical liquidation?
There was knight d4 anyway, right? And then bishop c5, knight b3, and queen d5.
Yeah. So the game petered out. Really easy game for Nepo. I mean,
it was so equal. They may as well have played knight b3, queen d7, knight c5. It would have saved them a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, so that game did not produce a lot of excitement, but we still have 3 more games going on. I would say in reality, it's 2 games going on, because we know that Wesley So versus Richard Rapport is a preordained draw.
Yeah, here's our other least exciting position on the board. Nothing dramatic ever came of this. Wesley has an hour and 26 minutes on the clock. That is, wow. He's out Nepoing Nepo.
I have to say, I feel like I'm not such a fan of that approach. Like if you're playing with the white pieces, I think you have an obligation to create an interesting game. And if you're not able to, which can happen, you got to have less than a minute and 20, an hour and 26 minutes on the clock. You have to make an effort, right? If it didn't work out, it's okay. But you gotta, but I feel like
tried.
Yeah, you can say you tried, because if you have an hour 27, well, like how much thinking did you really do? I mean, it just means that, I guess, White was satisfied with the way this game was going. And I feel like it's important not to get complacent. Chess rewards the fighting spirit. It does, and it's nice to be sitting on +2, but if you're playing with the white pieces, you got to create a game.
Yeah.
It's not, and by the way, can I say one more thing, David? It's not that hard to create a game against Richard Report.
That's right.
It's just not. This guy is like, itching to play, right? Like just give him a chance. Like he's gonna let you have some chances as well, right? So to have a game like this, it is. I don't feel like Wesley should be too satisfied with this.
Although when Report came up with this idea of E5 and then E4, it does limit how much Wesley can do, right? I mean, it's from a mathematical or scientific standpoint. I mean, this is like a pretty strong idea from Black. If you're looking for a draw as Black, I mean, it's a little tough for White to challenge this idea with just Queen F5 coming. Black just wants to trade into that end game. I mean, this would be the place to have stopped and thought for half an hour, I guess, if we want to talk about like putting in some effort. I mean, think 20, 30 minutes, maybe you can come up with something. And, within just like 2 moves here, it went pretty comfortably into the scenario Report had in mind. So that's in the books.
So we're going to have 2 games left, guys. After the first 2.5 hours left of play. But the good news is we do have some action in those games. So let's take a look at Dominguez versus Dioc, this interesting Najdorf the players have went into.
Yeah. See how he defended the E-pawn. Knight BD7. The much more human move than Knight FD7 that was discussed in chat. And C4 was played. And castles. Okay, so we're in territory that that chat did come up with. C4. And we've got the idea of CD5, bishop G6 we talked about that wasn't quite doing it. CD5, bishop H6, and then bishop G6 also not quite doing it.
Well, we never did find something too convincing for White here, right? Like we always kept Black alive in these lines.
Exactly.
So is he, he's still just thinking, wow. Well, what's really interesting about these 2 players? These are 2 time-troubled players. And you can see they're heading down into that range where they don't have tons of time. Now, they've only made 21 moves. It's not, it's not terrible, but given you got to understand, guys, most of their play has been probably in the last 5 moves, right? Because before that, it was just a lot of theory. So, I mean, certainly for Dominguez, and at this point, they've only made 21 moves, and they both have under 30 minutes, which if you look ahead to how it's going to play out, you know that the players are going to reach time trouble. And these 2 players are prone to that. So I think this game, just from that point of view as well, promises to be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Dominguez, I would say he knew up to G3, which was move 16. He's now made move 20. So on 4 moves, he's spent over an hour on the clock, I think. That's, it's going fast. Yesterday, Dioc had even less time, or sorry, the day before yesterday, the previous round, he had even less time against Firouzja in that King's Indian, where it was a little bit less theory, a little more creative. They were down on time by move 17 or 18. He was down under 20 minutes. But yeah, I mean, a phase of time trouble would be expected by these two. So far, I mean, I've seen them in time trouble a lot before. I haven't seen any game deciding blunders from either player.
Well, we did see Diak, blunder a bit with that B3 move against Firouzja, and that was certainly the time trouble, I'm sure, contributed to that. And thankfully, it wasn't a game-losing blunder for him, but it could have been. And Dominguez, yeah, I mean, he's held on in pretty bad time trouble against Caruana, handles himself just fine, but still, lots can happen when you get low on time, lots of surprises, even with the top players in the world. So right now, it looks like white went c4, black castled. White is going to take the pawn on d5, because what else is the point of having the pawn on c4 if you're not going to take?
Yeah, he's definitely going to take. That's true.
And he's still thinking.
We know that much. We do already know that.
No one said Alireza blunder. Well, I don't know. Let's take a look. We love to see those key moments. And Mamadzarov Alireza is still an interesting game as well.
You have to. You also have to be aware, Irene. I mean, chat is full of awesome people, but every now and then there's somebody who's just in chat yelling sort of fake news. Like, yes, like in the last round, I don't know if you noticed somebody who in all caps kept screaming, Alireza lost or Diak lost, back and forth, the same two players for the same one game.
David, let me just come back to you and say, well, why don't we be the fact checkers here and see what's going on? Do you get the joke, David?
Fact.
Well, whenever you hear the words fake news, and they always go with like fact checkers, because those are the people who determine, whether news is real or not. So I thought it was funny to use that.
I see no hanging piece here. So
yeah,
I
think we're being
this was fake news
by that.
How many Pinocchios do you give this that Alireza blundered here?
Well, let's see actually what it like. There was an interesting move, rook a1. Let's just go back to that.
Yeah,
like a couple of moves ago.
I mean, I thought maybe he had queen b2 here. I didn't understand why the rook was on a1.
He put it there. I think it was attacked, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't understand why he chose to go there.
That pawn, we also know, has been hanging a bit. What about alternative facts? Yeah, I love those. Olympiad says, alternative facts. We're going to give you an alternative view of this position from what the chat gave us. Yes.
Yeah, I expected rook c1. I guess this bishop h3 move is a little bit inconvenient for white, because now there's back rank stuff. But like rook a1, why not queen b2? How was white going to get out of that?
Okay, well, rook c1. You can actually do rook c1, because in knight e2 there's knight e2. Let's do rook c1. And I know that, yeah, there's knight e2, and it thankfully saves my rook on c1. I have two defenders now.
Okay.
Playing with fire, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now I want to play b5, b4. I don't know if that's anything special, but b5, b4.
Okay. Now, do I have knight c6 ideas? You have rook c6, bishop c6, knight e2. Why don't you put that on the board, David? Because knight c6 is really interesting. I don't want the.
And you're taking it with your rook?
I contemplated that.
Oh, for e2, I see.
There's a checkmate coming on d8, but I mean, rook c6 is interesting.
But otherwise, yeah.
There's a little checkmate.
Yeah. Okay, knight c6 is interesting. I'm feeling actually a little bit unhappy with white, Irina, because the back rank is bothering me. The e2 square is bothering me. Like, I can't do the things I want to do here. I want to play a move like bishop e5. Look at all the things on that diagonal.
Let's go to the current position, David, because he played, like, we're being asked is e4 a good move for Shaq in the current position? So black just played h6, basically good move for the end game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is e4 a good move? Well, okay, here's how I would think about it.
I've got an idea against it.
Yeah,
Knight
the problem,
fe4.
knight fe4. You have some tactic. Wow, David, that's impressive.
Same one.
That's a nice tactic.
Everyone's going to get really good at queen d4 by the end of this game.
Right. Just do this a couple more times.
Yeah.
Well, just show them the idea that black is going to be totally fine in that ensuing position after queen d4, knight e2, king h1. And black wins the queen back, and the white wins the pawn back on b7.
Mm-hmm.
The black can just go rook c2, I think. And solid enough, I guess. Black, well, when I say solid, black is probably active enough in this position to be doing okay. You want to show like rook c7. And
I'm mildly lucky that I have this because I hadn't looked this far ahead when I took on e4.
Yes.
But it's important, right? Because there's no way for white just doesn't have any squares on the diagonal to keep f2 defended. So that's going to be pretty drawn. Chess lovers pointing out bishop e4. Then I'm lucky again that I've got knight e3 defends the rook.
Yeah.
And
you are going to have a nice
we achieve another draw. Or maybe now after fe3, rook e2, black can actually play. So that's e4. Black could just take it. I don't know if e4 would be a good move otherwise. If black couldn't take it, maybe white could try to build up an edge with bishop e3 and stuff. If black couldn't take it, maybe it'd be a little bit desirable. But generally speaking, the bishop h3 is annoying me. I didn't appreciate that Firouzja was going to do that.
So Ariane was asking, after the fork, doesn't white have the bishop pair, so marginally better? So let's go quickly back into that long line that we just looked at.
Yeah, we just played it down to the last pawn. Ariane, were you not feeling like first we got to take back the pawn, then rook here? And I think we saw there was nothing good for white to do here. King g1,
yeah,
knight e2.
Here's the thing. I mean, yeah, you don't have to go bishop e3 and go into this whole line. We're trying to take on a7. I would say normally, Ariane, you're right. Normally, if there's pawns on both sides of the board and it's an open position with a bishop pair, even the one set of a pawns is enough to give white an advantage, and white can definitely play for a win. So the issue here is that black has a pretty good amount of activity. And I see like there's a big difference of the rooks. If you take the rooks off the board, even then the game continues, right? Like with bishop e3. But I'm thinking that like the knight in the center and the rook. Now, there is this move rook d1 here, David, that I think we should point out.
I'll say this, without rooks, white would be basically just directly winning. I mean, it would
they would be doing very well, yeah.
You play bishop e3, knight b5, a4, move that pawn up to a6. I mean,
yeah.
Basically done. Okay, show us rook d1. You're not really threatening the knight, are you?
That's the whole point. Well, I am at the moment, but you can take the pawn, and unfortunately, I cannot take the knight because of the back rank mate. And that is definitely going to allow black to survive, because now he doesn't have to worry about any pawns existing on the queen side. And who knows, when I say survive, black might even win, but at least we know he's not going to lose. So, okay, you don't have rook d1. So that means you have a problem with activating your rook. So white has back rank issues. White has rook activity issues. And yeah, and that's why white doesn't really have an advantage here, guys. And there's issues with possibly the pawn in f2, although, I know you have a little trap there with bishop e3.
Yeah, this seems to be the trickiest move now that we've gotten really, really deep into this position. A4 is kind of the trickiest move because although white can't defend f2, black also can't take it immediately here because of this.
No, there's knight c2, David. or rook
knight
b2. And knight c2 is kind of interesting
Knight c2 is kind of this risky scenario here.
Yeah, okay, that's not good. We don't want any part of this. Nope.
But rook b2.
Counterattack.
Bishop d5. And now maybe knight c2 is possible.
Yeah. Black is definitely doing just fine. So the bottom line is, guys, no, there's no advantage due to the bishop pair because ultimately your pieces are not well enough coordinated in that end game. So e4, yeah, I guess we can't really do that. So now let's try to think, were we looking at rook c1 here, David?
Maybe, although white just played rook a1 last move. So
on rook c1, what's the problem? Like queen, I guess there's knight a2 that needs to be looked at. Well, knight a2, I thought we could do, I don't know, rook c8, bishop c8, queen c2. I mean, they were certainly, but then there's knight c3 or even the knight on d4 hangs.
So you want rook c8, bishop c8, and then what?
Yeah, well, I was looking at queen c2, but there's a number of issues with it too, right? Like,
oh, cool idea.
Actually, you can go queen c2, but there's knight c3. Yeah. Yeah,
should be enough to hold if we just take this piece off now.
Yeah.
But my question is, I mean, white just played rook a1, h6. It doesn't feel like the point of rook a1 would be to then play rook c1, right? Like I thought last move white would play rook c1. So rook a1 here, maybe white's plan is a3 or a4 or something. Something on that side.
Hold on, David. I'm figuring out Twitch emojis here.
Whoa.
Yeah, look at that. I just put like a little heart with the words chess in it. And yeah, no, thank you, Aryan, for your question. And it was a really good one. I think it was instructive for a lot of people. And it's like, I didn't know how to find a thumbs up emoji. So I replaced that with my, chess.com heart.
Yeah, I've never yet sent an emoji myself. So
it's the first time for everything.
Yeah. Whoa, now it's flooded. And now I've got no idea what anyone's saying. If that counts as saying something. So a3 feels like maybe a point behind rook a1, but then I don't know what I'm doing after queen b2 once again.
Yeah, so why doesn't he seem to want to like put his queen on b2, or will he finally? Oh, okay, it's not on the board yet. So a3 is just your idea, yeah.
I'm just trying to guess at it.
Okay, so 1 second, David. So after rook c1, knight a2, like, let's try that again.
Okay.
I don't know. I just want to instinctively bring the rook to the open file. I just keep wanting to do that. So if you play knight a2, and I have
tried this once.
Yeah, hold on. Now we got different moves. So A is that we completely missed the idea of rook b1 being an option. So that's something that we need to go back and fix.
Well, I mean, we'd mentioned this kind of pattern before.
Yep, but not in this moment.
Oh!
Bishop f4 holds c1. Don't worry, David, it holds c1.
No, but remember before I said that rook c1, knight c1 would be good for black if there weren't the bishop.
You knight c2, huh?
But now there is rook c1, Irina.
Wait, no, David. I don't agree. You don't have my consent, David, to get mated like this.
Okay. All right, I'll take it back.
Rook c1, I'm playing rook c1.
Okay.
Okay, surely I should be able to survive here. I take with the rook. You got to take with the knight. Now, okay, you're threatening mate and my queen, but I do have some options. Okay, knight c2 loses a piece. We're not doing that. Okay, so basically I'm going to be playing down a pawn.
We'll show them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to get the back rank mate. I just need to get away with my 2 queenside passers.
Yeah, right. So, oh, queen d2. Yeah. Okay, queen d2 though, David. You're not getting your 2 passers, or you're only going to have 1. And there we go. Queen d2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because now your knight is going to hang and b7 is going to hang. So there is a problem with that.
Oh, a move got played in the game, and it looks like it might be knight f5, which was not on our radar. Is there no sneak for me? Queen b6 maybe.
Oh, we got a question from our chat.
Yeah.
I have a question for both of you. Do you consider our Romanian GM Diak, after seeing him playing in this tournament, in the top 10 in a few years? Thank you. Okay. Well,
good question.
Yeah, good question.
Great question. Let's put him on screen while we answer that question. Oh, we'll just put his game up here while we answer Godsmack.
Okay, so what I would say is top 10 is pretty hard for someone who, like, I mean, like, let's say to kind of guarantee a place, or like make it very likely that if someone is going to make it into the top 10, if they're not like, you know, a very clear prodigy by like age, you know, 14, 15, it's hard to really predict anything right at that point. I mean, like, for which, like, even someone like Report, right, that was a really well-known player from the time he was like about 14 years old that he became a GM. I mean, was it guaranteed that he would get into top 10? Really, no. And even when, and he broke into it quite a bit later in a way that I consider like quite, you know, quite impressive, right?
Yeah.
Now,
like, Rapport had a chance, but not better than 50%.
Yeah, I mean, he stayed below, you know, or in the 2,700 range for a long time, and 2,700 is not, you know, top 10 these days like it used to be.
I would say Diak has been on my radar since he was 14 or 15. And he's been in the top 10 for his age group ever since then.
Oh, wow.
But being top 10 in your age group does not necessarily translate to top 10 eventually, because eventually the top 10 include like the top 2 or 3 players from each of a couple decades, right? So it's, you know, you have to be in the top 2 or 3 in your generation to be sure to be in the top 10, right? You have to be like top. Yeah.
Yeah. So to answer your question, it's not easy to guarantee anyone a place in the top 10. Like, do I think it's possible? Well, I think it's possible. I mean, do I think it's likely? You know, let's say just based on this tournament, I wouldn't say it's likely. I still think, like, you know, but I think it is possible. Like, if you're 20 years old and you're rated 2670, like, yes, sure, it is possible to gain 100 rating points and make it into the top 10. But I wouldn't put it beyond that. Yeah, I wouldn't put it beyond just the word possible at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I would say less than a 20% chance from what I'm seeing, not to slap our Romanian viewers with reality, because, you know, we've got, you know, nothing but happiness to have this great tournament in Romania, and great to see Diak getting this kind of opportunity. And he would need a lot more practices like this, but I think probably less than a 20% chance, because, I mean, you have to say, like, you know, who's he going to be competing with? He's going to be competing with Vincent Kamer. He's going to be competing with Arjun Erigaisi, Hans Niemann,
Praggnanandhaa,
Esipenko, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh. Like, you can easily come up with 20 other players who are currently in the 2650 to 2700 range, and who are young and who might, you know, compete for the next 20 years at the top. So,
yeah,
you know, some of those guys aren't going to make it into the top 10, right? Like Michal Sarin, like, There's a lot of them. Some of them will not be top 10. And I had this conversation.
You haven't even mentioned Abdusattorov and some of those players from Uzbekistan that are becoming really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
no,
so
the competition, guys, it is really intense. And that's why I mean, like, and even the ones that we've known about since they were like really little, becoming GMs when they're very young, like Pranananda, like, can you guarantee them a place in the top 10? Nope, you can't. Like, you don't know. Like, let me give you an example, right, of someone who and I'm actually, it's like, let me remember his name. There we go, I remembered it. But this is someone who really showed like a lot of brilliance, right, in his youth, and became a GM very young, played some brilliant games that made their way around the world. And there was definitely talk about this guy, even like, challenging Magnus Carlsen because he was that young. I don't know if you guys can guess who I'm talking about. But this person is not in the world's top 10 and not even, very close, kind of, plateaued at a very high level, but like like top 10.
You might be thinking of, should I say who? Should I guess?
What? Yeah. Okay. Actually, our chat, I see. Go ahead, guys. You can do a little bit more guessing. I see you guys have some good ideas there. No, actually, Nakamura is not who I'm thinking about, because Nakamura did make it into top 10 and he made it number 2. And, he's had his chance to leave a big mark on chess. So I think his career has been very successful. The player I'm thinking about, yes, very good, guys.
I think chat got it.
Wei Yi.
Yeah.
Yes, Wei Yi. And by the way, your guesses are all really quite good. Like, for example, back row is someone from my generation, same year, 1983. And he was absolutely a prodigy at his time, becoming the youngest GM in the world, along, with the whole Ponomarev and Grishuk generation, making it to 2,700 fairly easily, and like not being able to get much past that, and ultimately becoming just a very strong GM who's not really taking part in these elite tournaments. So it's really hard. It's really hard to predict that unless you're someone like a Carlsen. Like with Carlsen, it was quite obvious, right, David?
Yeah, every now and then someone comes along and it's just overwhelming. Carlsen, Kasparov, I would say Firouzja, but it's not guaranteed. And I think the person like closest to having had that feeling like it was guaranteed and then not making it was Wei Yi. Yeah. He's like the most surprising, not top 10, but also a good caution that no matter how good someone is, the odds are not really in your favor to get to the top 10. And, Bacro was the first name I thought of when you started your description. But then when you started talking about like to challenge Carlsen, I was like, oh, it's got to be somebody from the newer generation. Yes. And then I thought of Wei Yi.
Yeah. Good guess there, David. And like so many strong players like that still, have trouble breaking into the top 10. So, and Wei Yi is only 22 years old. Right. Okay. Yeah. So in a way, is it unfair to judge so early? I would say yes. It is. I wouldn't say that it's impossible. That's right. It's just the things that he's been around for so long. Actually, his career, like at the top, started so long ago that we really expected him to do it by this point. But you're right. I would not say that at 22 years old, he doesn't have a chance anymore. Some people are late bloomers and they break into this like top world rankings, in their early 20s. So yeah, he's not out of the equation yet, but still.
He's been over 2,700. He's been plateaued for over 5 years now. So it's a chunk of time given how young he made it up there. Yeah. Irina, I had this conversation once with Sam Shankland where we were asking, not will the player make top 10, but will X or Y player make it to 2,700? Mm-hmm. And I was tossing out names of players rated like 2680, 2690, 2685 and young, So, we started with like American players like, Robson, who's been 15 points away from 2,700 for 5 years, Robson, Sevion, who was about 15 to 20 points away at the time. You know, and even for players who were like 15 points away from 2,700, Sam was like, well, the odds are against them, honestly. And these were players, they weren't 30 years old. They were like 18, 20, 23. And he's like, if they don't have like a steep curve still going up at the moment,
yeah,
then it's less than a 50% chance that you're going to gain 20 rating points at that point in someone's career.
Yeah, I mean, other than Firouzja, right? I mean, who else have we had recently who's like made such a surprising jump? I mean, Firouzja and Reports are really the two kind of newcomers to the top 10 club, right?
Yeah.
And recently, I don't recall, you know, anyone really beating down the doors of this.
No, I mean, you can even look further down than that. You can look the top 20 players in the world. They're the only two like newcomers in the top 20, other than maybe like Duda may have come up a bit in the last couple years. He's into the top 20. And then, yeah, it takes a while. So I think a better first question for Deac is, does he look like he should be 2,700 at some point?
This one, I think, yes, I can definitely see him making 2,700. I'll also tell you one thing, what would be good for him is for this tournament to always be in Romania and for him to always get invited and maybe play more of these top level events, because that kind of experience is invaluable. And one thing that we should mention is like how important it is for the players to get some lucky breaks in terms of invitations to actually get the exposure to this level.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
like,
not a given, right? Like, it's not like you can play top 10 players like so easily. And for him to have this experience is really valuable.
Yeah. Like, I think that Linares was, you know, maybe the reason that Vallejo Pons made it to 2,700.
Right.
That he got to play
Kasparov there.
Yeah, you got to play him like once a year, along with, you know, Topalov, Ivanchuk, Karpov, etc. I mean, huge.
Yeah.
And, you know, for the Dutch players, Wake on Zee is very important because there they usually, I mean, they used to invite like 4 Dutch players to the A group. Now they invite maybe 2 or 3, but I think that's been very helpful for a lot of Dutch players.
Yeah. So you see how important it is, guys, to have like a strong tournament in your country that's going to allow opportunities for your players to develop against, you know, the top players in the world and kind of reach their level. Yeah, I think you're right, David. It's not a coincidence that, you know, Holland has produced so many strong players because they have Wake on Zee, and Spain had Vallejo, and they had Linares for years. And by the way, there is no more Linares.
Yeah.
And there are no new
2,700s
players in Spain. Yeah.
Right. And you had like David Anton, who's like a good player, but maybe he's missing that yearly Linares, right? Maybe that's sort of the difference in his development and Vallejo's.
Yeah, I mean, David Anton, very talented guy, but he just didn't have that opportunity to play in the same tournaments, right, as Vallejo did.
Yeah. I'll say this, Deac is looking really good to me at this tournament. I will give him more than a 50% chance to hit 2,700 off of what I'm seeing here. And I know Sam would probably tell me not to.
more conservative, yeah, in terms of 2,700, yeah.
But I mean, the combination of him having been like, you know, about the 4th or 5th highest rated player in his age group for the last 5 years, and just how good this first showing is against this level of competition, it really does feel like he more or less belongs in this tournament. And if he belongs in a tournament with an average rating of like 2,760, 2,770, then I do think he's got what it takes to get over 2,700.
Yep, I agree. My impression of his play, like, it's totally fine. He just needs maybe a bit more confidence and experience against these guys.
Yeah.
Because
so let's check out.
He hasn't been able, actually, you know, David, he hasn't really been outplayed by anyone. As far as when I think back in his games, like, I don't remember him having bad positions. Like, yes, okay, he blundered against Firouzja in a really good position. You know,
I mean, the Aronian
yeah.
game to me, and I still
Oh,
haven't
yeah,
gone
that
over
one.
like
Yeah.
how he escaped that one
You know why
fully.
he escaped that one, David? Because Aronian didn't play that move that we were talking about with that like rook trade on something on D4, I think, and going rook
Right.
D2. Yeah, Aronian messed it up. That's true. That was the one game where it was really going badly for Diak. Yeah.
Yeah. And
So
yeah,
someone's asking, what other factors do we consider as the main ones playing a role to make it top 10 other than talent and being a prodigy in an early age? Well, there's a few.
I mean, when you're talking top 10, I mean, they have to have every single thing. Like you've got no one in the top 10 who doesn't have a lot of talent, and you've got nobody in the top 10 who doesn't work hard. And you've got nobody in the top 10 who didn't start on chess, somewhat young. I mean, there's nobody who started as an adult, let's say. I mean, people sometimes say Carlsen started at 8, not at 5, but I mean, he was a kid.
Yeah, and he made up for it with his talents and his hard work,
Yeah.
He progressed so quickly that he still managed to become a GM at like 13 years of age, right? So he had kind of a meteoric rise.
Yeah. So I'm not saying you have to be like a prodigy at 5, but I don't know of any top player who wasn't playing chess by high school, probably by junior high.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, another, character trait is definitely this type of will to win is very helpful. Some of them have it more than others in the top 10, but generally they have a lot of fighting spirit, a lot of determination. By the way, higher than players who are rated just 100 points lower than them, or also, strong professionals, right? But there's going to be a difference, I think, in that category for someone who's 2670 and like, let's say 2750 or 2760. Yeah.
Yeah.
More of a determination to like squeeze out from the position.
Yeah. I mean, like one of the things that Magnus has going for him is that he has no place he'd rather be than at the chessboard a lot of the time, right? Like he plays these long drawn out games because he's happy to be there.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say maybe also the football field is where he might be very happy. Or playing, or just playing Blitz online. But I guess that's at the chessboard. All right, let's get back to the chess. Or should we go on a short break, David, and then come back and just start right with the games?
We've chatted for so long. I feel like we owe people like 1 or 2 minutes of what's actually going on the boards.
Okay, let's do it.
My take.
Good idea.
So Mamedyarov against Firouzja, we had this transformation with knight f5, which was a surprise move to me. Maybe with some idea of bishop d6, knight e7. But Firouzja just took it, which if I were Shock, I'd be happy because that back rank was driving me crazy.
So he got himself 2 bishops versus 2 knights. I mean, you would think that that's a very, like, did that have to happen? Was that knight that annoying that it had to be?
I don't know.
What was the threat? Like the threat was bishop d6 and winning the rook with knight e7.
Maybe, although bishop d6, there's always queen b2. It's not. There's nothing simple about the position. I suppose there's also some chance that white just wanted to put the knight on d6, the knight itself.
Yeah. Wow, but taking is surprising. I mean, I'm liking like white's outlook here after bishop takes f5.
Yeah. So the trade happens, then rook e8, hitting the e2 pawn. And now what were possible moves for white? Like queen back to d3, bishop e3, rook e1, king f1. So
instead,
white chose bishop e3. Maybe bishop e5 was a move too.
Yeah, so rook e1, a little bit passive Oh no, he played bishop e3 actually, right?
Yeah, he played bishop e3 first, and then on queen b2, then played rook e1.
Yeah, a little passive looking, all of that, I would say.
So, I mean, could be time for black to eliminate the a pawn, maybe. Or he could just be b5, b4 again. I have been wanting to play b5 for a while, but okay, he takes on a2.
Yeah.
Now white's got no pawn on the queen side to win with. And bishop b7, maybe knight e2 leaves black up a pawn. White should have some move with the queen, like to c5 or something to make the knight move and still win a pawn back.
I mean, I guess you could take on b7 and give away the pawn. I doubt that it's terrible, but let's put it on the board. Let's just try bishop b7. Knight e2. Now you have to be a little careful with king g2. I wanted to show that because of rook e3.
I was going to go to f1, but yeah. Let's see. Rook e3. So you want to play knight d4 check?
Well, the thing is,
knight f4.
The really funny thing is, David, I think the rook can just be taken. That's hilarious. I don't think you have a winning discovery.
The bishop's covering checkmate.
Yeah, and you know what's really funny here? On knight d4, there's queen f2. Only move, right? Saving the queen and the king and being up in exchange. On knight f4, David, there's king g1. Not only do you not have checkmate on g2, but you don't even have knight h3 check because the queen covers h3. That's nice.
And we're strangely protected.
Yeah. And let's go back.
Yeah. So queen a2 has been played. Bishop takes. B7 could be played. I was thinking maybe queen c5 would be pretty solid to hit that knight off of here. And both of these pawns are hanging. And I mean, clearly no risk of losing for white, I would say. Right? I don't know. The knight goes back to e4 or d5 or something, and I take on a7.
Right. Oh, that looks even, a little, better for white.
Queen c5 has just been played. Okay. So I'm seeing this game headed towards probably a draw at the moment. Although some, maybe
but let's
they'll
take a
grind the
look at
endgame a bit.
Diak's game. Diak looks like he has an advantage here.
Bishop h6, rook e8, rook c1. Here the queen correctly does not go to b6 because if white ever plays bishop c4, black needs b6 for a knight. That's super, super important for black to not let that bishop do what it wants. So queen d6 is a strong move from Diak. Dominguez keeps the bishop on h6 from being trapped, I guess, right? I mean, he had to keep his eye on g5.
Yes.
So that's probably the main meaning behind h4. And now Diak plays b5, and yeah, it's just a useful move to have, right? It stops bishop c4, and there may be scenarios where you can push b4 for black.
Let's not forget that black is up a pawn.
Yeah, still up a pawn.
And basically, I don't think white has done an amazing job of showing compensation for it. I mean, when I look at this position, I don't particularly like the knight on b3. I mean, it's not in center.
Yeah.
I would much prefer to be somewhere like on e4. But it's not easy to get it there. And neither of white's bishops look particularly good. From the very beginning of this game, guys, we've been talking about white getting compensation due to the light squared bishop, light square control. And I just feel like the bishop on d3 is not that amazing in this game. And it's nice that black has managed to take away his ability to go onto the c4 diagonal. And black is completely centralized. Like all the pieces on the D and E file, knights in the center. I mean, I really just don't see what the problem would be here for black.
Yeah, I mean, Diak's done a great job of controlling this game positionally, right? From rook d8, defending the d6 pawn, over protecting it, covering the light squares with the knight, holding the pawn structure as much as he needs to. He's got quite a good position.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to be too sad if Diak wins this game, because that means he's going to catapult himself to +2. He's going to join the leaders. It's going to make all the Romanian fans happy. I think it would be a really cool thing if he wins.
Really cool. Really cool. So we'll check back in on that, right? We'll take a little break here, and we'll be back with more of this game, which I expect will have an intense phase here, because they've got 15 moves to make in 8 minutes each. So it should be a thrilling stretch. Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania. Also coming up soon is Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament in June. Watch the world's best players, including Firouzja, Caruana, Nepomniachtchi, Nakamura, and more. The winner will get their chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. And the exclusive video feed will be right here on chess.com as part of our coverage of that event. So back to Romania. And there's been a trade here in the game between Dominguez and Diak. So let's see what it was and who it favors. Irina mentioned the knight on b3 was bad. It would like to be on e4. It tried to get to e4 with knight d2. Black plays knight c5 to cut it off. When you made your comment about the knight on e4, I imagined exactly the moves that they then happened to play. Knight comes to e4 and gets traded. So who does that favor, in your opinion, Irina, that trade of one of the knights?
I would say maybe neither of them, like in the sense that it's kind of a balanced trade. Like it wasn't bad for white, it wasn't bad for black, is my impression.
Mm-hmm.
And so now they have 3 minutes about each, and they still have 12 moves to make. So I think we should stay on this game until they finish the time trouble, because the Mahmudjar Firouzja game, well, it's most likely going to still finish in a draw. I don't think we're going to see too many surprises there. But this one is suspenseful, because will Diak be able to use his extra pawn? He just played queen e6 and white played bishop c2, trying to replace the bishop, the knight on b3 with a bishop, which definitely makes a lot of sense. And, you know, I love that diagonal. That would definitely put white into compensation range to get the bishop there. So they're very similar on the clock, you know, literally just 20 seconds, even less separating them. Okay.
I would go so far as to say that, you know, Diak really has to proactively try to prevent bishop b3 here.
Yeah. So how would he do that, though? Like knight b6 is an option?
Yeah. That seems like the best option. You would have to move the knight.
Oh, wow.
Wait, bishop takes a3 was just played.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's a tactic. That is a pretty big one. You can take that bishop because of knight c3. But okay, I'm sure white can come up with something else, like maybe bishop b3 or bishop g6 doesn't work at all. So there's no bishop g6. But
let's show how badly bishop g6 works, because that's kind of funny.
Yeah,
trying to recover
with a check. So
trying to stop knight c3, but we give ourselves a whole host of problems. Okay. They're down to 2 minutes, Irina. So it's not impossible for them to overlook a move like this. I mean, it would still be a surprise, but I mean, it can happen.
Yeah.
I was looking at this position and the move had not occurred to me yet. So, you know, it takes a little time sometimes to process everything.
Well, what about bishop b3?
That's the move white wants to play. Diak did not prevent it, so let's consider it. I suppose bishop f8 would be the most solid response here. Bishop b4, rook ed1 could be a tempo-ish take on things, but my instinct is
bishop f8, yeah,
just a tuck.
And probably bishop g5.
Man, 2 pawns is a lot, Irina. I mean, now Dominguez really needs to do something. He can't just say, like, I've got a good bishop. He needs to do something.
Yeah, let's try. If you go bishop e7, I can take on e5, maybe. At least get back partially my material.
Right. And I don't have a way to set up f6. Yeah. It's not easy, but the knight can end up on b4 with like a back rank thing that might allow black to play for a win here too. So like takes, bishop takes. I think white has to take on e8, not d5.
Yeah.
Or I mean, you know, I had this idea to try and go for opposite colored bishops, but there's always bishop c1, right? So,
Yeah.
So what I'm imagining for black is that in this position, if we put the knight on b4, I think we can play for a win with like rook e3 and stuff, because white's rook is stuck stopping back rank mate.
Yeah, that's a good point, David. So it's actually on the board, right? So black did go bishop f8.
Bishop b3, bishop f8.
And we have a pretty decent chance of seeing the move bishop g5, I think.
Mm-hmm.
What else can we possibly see here? What about
bishop maybe like bishop f8, rook d1, trying to tie white up right away if there's something concrete that.
Yeah, so bishop f8, king f8.
Mm-hmm.
Now you want to tie me up, yeah?
Yeah, we got to go after that knight so that we stop black from moving.
But you don't have rook cd1, David, because of knight c3, important little tactic.
Oh, God, not again.
London.
How about rook ed1?
Yeah. Rook ed1. Now, now I need to figure out a way to get out of that pin. So queen f5 is an option. How about queen f5?
Mm-hmm.
Checks are good. And then simply queen f6, David. And I
was thinking the same thing. It's awkward, but basically there's nothing clearly wrong with it. As long as you can extricate the knight, you've got 2 pawns.
Yeah, knight b4. I like your b4 square.
You like that square. Even with more pieces on the board, it could be amazing if we could hang out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But he went bishop g5. He didn't go for the trade. So are we?
Yeah.
Rook d6 happened.
Makes more sense. Rook d6. No bishop e7. That.
No bishop e7 hanging. Yeah. Well, he doesn't want to hang the e5 pawn.
You don't want to give back the e5 pawn. He likes having the second pawn. I'm all about the second pawn too, Irina. I grew up with such bad endgame technique that until I had 2 pawns, I was afraid of the endgame. I needed a full 2 extra pawns to feel comfortable trading pieces.
That's funny. Yeah, but 2 pawns is nice. The question is, I guess, like, how much influence is this bishop on b3 gonna exert on the game to like give white a chance here? Because it's literally about that one piece. If it wasn't for the bishop on b3, white would have nothing at all.
I think he's planning to put the queen on d7, right? To sort of unpin and fortify all at once.
Yeah, and maybe putting the bishop on g7, I wouldn't say it's so bad, because normally a bishop doesn't like to stare into a pawn. But when the pawn can move forward, maybe the bishop is not actually so bad on g7. But I completely agree with you. Of course, this first step is like making sure you don't lose your knight. And queen d7 is a good way to do that.
Yeah. I noticed that the computer's like evaluation bar there is not showing any impression from these 2 pawns. But I was looking at this from a human perspective and thinking like, it's getting pretty late for Dominguez to do something this game.
How many moves do they still have left? They still have a ton of moves. 9
moves to play.
9 moves. Do you know, I just clicked on the moves and it shows that black has to find the move queen f5 here, or else he's worse. Queen d7 is worse to queen e4.
What's wrong with the move I would play? Queen e4?
Yeah, and like knight e7, and then I don't know. Knight e7, I don't know.
Or knight b6?
Knight b6, yeah, you have to be careful. Also on the g6 square. But he found queen f5, so good for him.
And he found it. Okay, rook takes, queen.
Yeah, rook c6
takes,
maybe.
Rook
That's
c6.
what the problem is, yeah.
Ouch. So you were telling me to go to e7 instead of somewhere random. So
yeah, that's what the computer likes, is e7.
Go to e7.
E6, okay. And still, first of all, e5 pawn is hanging.
Still there's this with this with this
That's
here
what I'm not so
hanging.
sure. How does it work after?
Well, we do the same thing. We trade everything and we go rook c6 and we don't win the knight, but we open up.
He made this move with only like 4 seconds on his clock, right? Queen f5.
Jesus.
I mean, it was really close.
That is impressive.
It is. It is. When you got no time and you're finding the only move in the position to like keep it balanced. Queen e4.
So does that mean that he's planning king a1, e4? That is like,
but he's not
hard stuff to find.
Chance.
Oh wait, they just played these moves like under my mouse, I think, or did I add those moves?
No, he played queen e4, Dominguez. And now white needs to, black needs to figure out what he wants to do here, because you know it's really an amazing position. Just because you're up 2 pawns doesn't mean you're better. And
right, you have to watch out for like rook c7, rook c7 and rook c6, both big deals. So here, with or without the queen trade, I don't know, but rook c6 is going to attack 2 pieces after the trade.
Yeah, you can trade and try rook c6, right?
Yeah, and then, I mean, if black's playing knight a6, then you're back to having obvious compensation. If black's playing knight c8, rook a6 and stuff.
At least they're getting a little bit of time because they get, you know, make some captures so they can think a bit.
Oh, so I'm a little disappointed. I wanted black to win, but
maybe knight c8. You know, maybe you're just going to have to.
Right.
You're just going to have to protect that bishop.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But then once white plays rook a6, I mean, it's obvious compensation for only 1 pawn.
Yes, there is obvious compensation here, and in fact, black is going to have to be careful here. Yep. Knight c8, rook a6, and king g7 finally getting out of that pin.
That knight is never going to compete with the light squared bishop. Oh.
You know, well, Dominguez played well, you know, yeah. He definitely did manage to make that bishop on b3 counts, and we've been talking about that for a while. You know, it's important to know what to focus on. And he managed to make it work for him.
Mm-hmm.
And now,
yeah. Wow,
he's still up a pawn, Diak, but kind of passive knight. The bishop's not the best. Okay, king g7, really solid move. I think these players are playing at a good level for, you know, the amount of time they have. I think, you know, it's been very good.
Yeah, fantastic. Really impressive. And you know, Diak here making the judgment to never trade on e4, even though under that kind of time pressure, you're so tempted to reduce that tension and take the queens off. But he doesn't want that position after fe4 where, you know, that e pawn is contributing to controlling light squares, right?
Yeah, so white has a lot of moves here. Nothing very concrete, though. I mean, Dominguez is looking for something to attack, I guess, but what can he really attack? Maybe he should just go back with his rook to c6.
Yeah, maybe
attack the knight on c8, or like keep it a little bit.
Maybe he could somehow play rook a5 to b5 to b7.
Yeah, that was interesting too, rook a5. I agree. So rook c6, what would be white's next move?
This nicely keeps the pressure on though, right? Like it's preventing knight e7 or bishop e7. It's just preventing black from moving things, which is really unpleasant when you're low on time, right? If bishop e7, I'm guessing that rook c8 wins for white. The knight can't move as long as the bishop's attacked. So black needs a neutral move, and there aren't a lot of them. Maybe b4.
Yeah.
Maybe f6.
Queen d7.
Yeah, keeps
wow. The computer really hated that move, David. Why don't you try to guess why?
because
not
Black's
that
king,
obvious.
because Black's king is weak, so White's better off with queens on the board, and it's also retreating, so it's leaving better squares for White's queen.
Yeah, and he didn't find it. I'm not shocked, by the way, that
Oh, there's a special move.
Yeah, I'm not shocked that Dominguez didn't find it because
I mean, they've got seconds on the clock.
yeah, exactly. So the move the
special.
computer wanted to play is G4. Now, you know,
Yeah,
again,
G4 is
guys,
an obvious move.
Yeah, it seems obvious, but still, like, I feel like with this little time on the clock to evaluate things, like, I'm not surprised he tried something else actually at all. So Queen D5.
Yeah.
All right. The computer really wanted to try to open up Black's king with that G4 move.
Of course, if he'd had this position earlier, I mean, G4 would have been exactly what he wanted to play. I think he was just so sure that the queens were coming off the board at some point that he was no longer like thinking of, and now he's like, what? We're playing this as a middle game again? Okay.
Yeah, this is fascinating. So Queen D5 and E4, look at all the action. What is the point of giving away the pawn like that? Is it to go Rook E5? No. Yeah,
that's
actually Rook E5 is the idea. You know, this really reminds me of his like Nepomniachtchi trick because he uses a similar pawn move. And so the idea is to go pawn takes E4, Rook E5, and threaten the queen and win the rook on C6. It's very tricky.
Whew. He sees his chance there. I mean, this is really desirable for Black to get, you know, some scope for the bishop, to not have that pawn stuck on E5. So he really sees his opportunity in a way in which Dominguez didn't with G4. Now on Rook E5, Bishop D4, that's evil. That's evil. We'll give you full evil points there, but I think Black should just take this pawn while they have the chance. Open up the rook on the E file.
Take the pawn on Bishop D4, go King H, King G8.
King G8. The white king's not very well covered. It's just that Black hasn't had an active piece yet this game. So
yeah, so he took the pawn. He did do that.
So you open the E file.
The check happened. That was pretty obvious. Now he has a big decision to make. Now, what move is it? It's only move 39. So he has 2 more moves to make, and he's got to find the right square for the king. King H7 looks scary because of, I don't know, Queen F7 ideas, but maybe that's not a big deal. You just take and go Rook F8. So maybe King H7 is possible too. I hope
you could even get ambitious.
I hope he makes the right decision here because I don't want him like losing.
2-1. Oh,
okay.
With less than 2 seconds.
All
F6.
Right. Very solid. Very solid. Yeah. All right, it's fine.
So now he's preparing what? Queen F5 check, maybe? Back to the end game, because the F3 pawn will be dangerous if White doesn't get rid of it.
Yeah, so either White can either play, it's funny, David, I see the computer saying White can either take an F3 or King A2, avoiding that queen trade.
Or King A2. Ooh. All right.
Yeah.
Queen F3 should be played for sure, honestly. I mean, that F pawn's a little bit of a danger. You don't want to leave it.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that
stray here.
He will take an F3. I think he's not going to play King A2. It's just too computerish. Humans take dangerous pawns.
Dominguez 7, 6, 5. If he were really confident, he would have done it sooner. But yeah, he did it.
All right, one last move for Black.
You think Black should still go Queen F5, even without an F pawn to try to win the endgame with?
Well, he can, but you know, if he's totally desperate, just give a check on E1 and get to move 40 because it can't be that bad of a move. So Rook E1, I think, is a good practical decision if he just can't evaluate Queen F5.
Right. Oh, and then he could play Bishop E5.
Ooh,
he could play Rook E1, King A2, Bishop E5.
Yeah.
No, Bishop trades in F6.
Oh, so they just made his last move. You know, it's the pivotal move 40, like often so decisive in games and leading to so many blunders on that final move. It's a little sad because now the computer is liking White after Queen D5.
Yeah. My instinct is he still needed to play Queen F5 there, Irina, and take it towards the end game.
Really? Well, what was wrong with your idea of Bishop E5? Was there something?
Bishop has
F6 there?
Yeah, I found a problem with it. I did actually. So it's just that white can trade and then go to f6. It's that easy. And then just
wait, there's a check on a7,
access.
David. A check on a7 that doesn't it mate or something?
Oh my God, yeah. Okay,
That's
never
why
mind.
I was thinking rook f6 immediately. If maybe we can
Rook
check.
f6. Wow.
So it makes sense.
Is there a threat if we just take on d4 with the queen?
Yeah, maybe you escape on the dark squares. That's crazy.
Now we've got all of them.
Yeah.
Whew.
Wow.
Oh mon Dieu.
So bishop e5. So we didn't refute it yet, though, right? Bishop e5.
No, I guess we haven't refuted it. We've got a question in chat. Why did they get more time? There's a second time control. When they hit move 40, they get half an hour added to their clock. They're also going to continually get 30 seconds added each move, though that won't like raise their time too much. But they've got an extra 30 minutes now. Dominguez is thinking on move 41. You'll often see Dominguez on move 41 use more than half of his half hour. But we have not yet figured out what was wrong with rook e1 here, bishop e5, right?
I think actually nothing was wrong with it. That's the whole point.
Was wrong with
the computer bar loves this.
Oh, that's great. I forgot about queen a7 for a moment, even though I'd been wanting to play queen a7, of course, and been frustrated by the bishop on d4. And I'd wondered, is there any way for me to get there, queen b7 to a8 or something? But no, bishop e5, what? That would have been good. I think.
But but David, I told him what to do. I said, just do the check so that you can think more and move.
Oh, right.
41. It's such a good.
It's move 40. Do the check, find the follow-up later.
Yeah. Well, look, I guess, it's not quite fair to say that because he had a problem with the f6 pawn. So if he thought that he wouldn't be able to protect that pawn later.
Right. You can't just go back.
Yeah. If he couldn't figure out like bishop e5 or any other move. Yeah. I suppose, the truth is rook e1 is linked to bishop e5. Like if you don't see the second move, you can't really play the first, but it's happened to be that the check would have been a really good decision for him, would have given him like lots of time to come up, with the next move. Rook f8 is just
I gotta say,
passive.
To me, rook f8 is putrid, Irina. It's like terrible. It's like if I'm not confident in rook e1, I go queen f5 here.
Right.
Takes. I mean, there's plenty of counterplay here on the king side at g3.
Like you're already attacking a pawn, right? On g3.
Right. You're attacking the pawn. You can play bishop e5 from here and challenge the bishop if you're worried about f6. I mean, it just feels very, very playable for black. Whereas I just don't believe in black's position after rook f8. I mean, it feels so risky.
Yeah, so let's try to figure out why queen d5 is a strong move for white.
I mean, remember last move we were thinking like king a2 as opposed to taking the pawn. It's just when you're here, you tie everything up. On knight e7, you've got rook d6. So it starts to become impossible to move the pieces. The queen is undefended. He's just played queen d5. The queen is undefended on d7, so the bishop can't move. So that's the bishop can't move. The knight can't move. Can the queen move anywhere?
So David, why can't the rook go back to e8?
I suppose it can. And the best move will probably again be king a2, just stepping out of those checks. And black has to untangle these pieces. If they ever play queen d8, then rook c8 is usually going to win. So there's not a lot of room for black to move anything. And maybe white could even go g4 and h5 in this position since the queen can't take. Or queen b5, just, capturing a pawn. That can be a thing.
Yeah, so that's basically just passive, isn't it? It's just that white has a ton of compensation, two beautiful bishops on the open board, like amazing queen and rook. That's the compensation. I think you have to go, rook e8, king a2, and then find some move there. Because, I mean, what can you do with the rook on f8? It's totally useless.
Yeah. Should we do a quick check on the other two? Just make sure nothing weird happened, like a
You mean
mate
like
in one.
nothing interesting is going on? Let's check.
Yeah, you never know when someone might get mated in one.
Yeah.
So let's see. It looks like a little technical situation. Okay, let's resume the move since we last saw it. So b4 had been played by Firouzja here. So we got the b pawn going. White doesn't have an easy way to control that pawn. So played rook c1 in order to take the knight if black keeps pushing. Knight d2, bishop c3, takes, bishop g4 to stop rook c8. Knight e4, knight d6, knight e4. They almost agree to draw here. And then Mamedyarov kept
White
it
is
going.
playing for the win. Yeah, sure. Because White has a chance to win the c3 pawn, right?
Mm-hmm. So it finally allows rook c8 in order to keep the game going.
Gonna put the king on c2.
And here we are. The king comes. Best blockader of the pawn, right, is the king in the endgame because it attacks it at the same time and doesn't lose any of its power.
You know what's interesting, David? I mean, the bar is right in the middle, but honestly, it feels a lot easier to play as White, and that's why White declines the repetition. I mean, White's plan is simple. Go king c2, go rook b1, rook b3, round up the pawn. I mean, seems like why not try that plan if you have it, right? Well, black is like, it's like, how is he, like, if he moves his knight into e4, it's going to get captured and the king goes to c2. Maybe David, knight e4 actually is the right move, though. Let's try it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be required at some point maybe to have your king ready to run towards f3. You want to play knight e4 right now?
Yeah.
Okay, and let's say White just takes it right away, right?
Yeah, and then you go, let's say, king c2.
And plays the
and
king.
I go king e6. And I want to go rook f8 and get counterplay against your f2 pawn.
Right. Okay, so not even the king maneuver, which could be stopped by h3 or at least slowed down a lot, but just rook f8. And then White will have to play like rook f1, right? So like king b3. Oh, but rook c2 is going to be even better, Irina.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. So you have a way to win a pawn, but does that mean you're going to win the game?
Potentially, yes.
On king f5, you are going h3, aren't you?
That was my intention. Or that was the move that I wasn't sure about when I was trying to solve this from Black's perspective a moment ago.
Yeah. So still a bit better.
Yeah.
I mean, all right, like what if I could just let me try h5 there, David. Let me just like not give up completely. h5.
Okay. King comes.
Yeah, and h4.
Cross.
h4.
h4. Show me. I check.
I'm going to e5 and then f3. And then let's get some activity, right?
Yeah.
Let's go rook f3.
All right, check. Back up to e6 or f6. I don't know if it matters here. King d4. You want my h pawn?
Which pawn should I take? Yeah. Well, if I take your h pawn, you take on e4. I don't know. I'm thinking, David. I'm thinking. No, I don't want your h pawn. No, thank you. I'm going to take f2, and then I'm going to go for your h pawn. There you go. You tried to trick me there, David.
I see. King e4, rook h3, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Try rook h5. I think the e-pawn's already dead, so I don't necessarily have to take it. You play g5.
G5, yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to trap you, but I assume you're going to do that.
No.
So I'm not really believing in myself here, but like king e4, rook h3, check, king g7, rook a6, rook h3, king f5, rook takes e3.
You found a draw.
Yeah. I'd hoped for something more interesting, but okay. King d1. So that's the situation. So you did manage to draw with knight e4.
Yeah, going for the rook endgame is interesting. Is he still thinking? He is still
thinking, yeah.
Well, by the way, David, since our games have sort of reached a sort of a plateau for the moment, players are thinking. I was going to take a question in the chat that was asked a while ago. It was by our Romanian fan, and he was like, how much should the Chess Federation be invested like in, helping someone like Bogdan Daniel become like a 2,700 player? Like that was a question really from a while ago. And
yeah. From Gobsmack.
Yes, you saw that one too, right?
Yeah. I saw it was an interesting question. It gets into a lot of factors.
Yeah. So the question is right here. I found it. How big should be the influence of Chess Federation for a player who could put our flag on the world chess map? And what else does he need? Thank you again. Well, this is an interesting question because I'm not like, in a way, I not such a huge fan of organizations getting involved, like leave people alone and just let them do their thing is kind of a good approach in my opinion. But on the other hand, of course, this just financial support and like providing tournaments, strong tournaments like this is very important. So if someone in the federation wants to give him money, for training, for tournaments, and bringing more top tournaments to Romania. Like I don't see anything bad in that. That would only be helpful. If they want to like tell him what to do, who to train with, and get more involved, I wouldn't say that would be helpful. Too much bureaucracy isn't a good thing, but financial help and strong tournaments would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've mentioned that this tournament here is kind of one of the best things that could be done, right? If I don't know if it's directly the federation that organized this or if it's a private, Romanian citizens who've arranged this event, but running a couple tournaments like this is one of the best things you can do for him. As far as what would financial support mean? Like once you're over 2,600 FIDE, I mean, you're earning a living. It's not like he needs, a stipend to pay for his groceries. Like he's winning prizes now. He could always, teach a couple lessons at a great hourly rate, so he doesn't have to do much work. But I think that potentially a second would be a huge advantage at this level and something that not every 2670 would have access to. So, I did an interesting conversation with Noel Studer. Do you know the Swiss Grandmaster?
I know the name. I don't know him personally.
Okay. So what he said was when he became a professional chess player, he got like all these things like sponsorship, coaching, dietitian, like sports fitness, sports psychology, like if you think professional, right? Like it makes sense to get access to specialist information and services in a wide range of areas, right? And if you think about it, like, you would assume that any NBA player or whatever would have a manager, right? Would have some people taking care of some things for them. The same could be very useful for a chess player. So that would be something that the federation could unlock for him with some money, is maybe the ability to get to hire specialists for assistance in various areas, so he could be even more professional in his approach to chess. So somebody to analyze openings for you is huge, but there's a bunch of other areas where you could maybe get some small improvements: a sports psychologist, a nutritionist.
Yeah, this is a very interesting question in terms of a second. And my understanding is that people generally get seconds when they're like really in the top, 10 or 20 in the world, because only at that level does it sort of make financial sense, or they're good enough to get like the support of their federation or government or whatever to justify such an expense, right? Like if you're rated where he is right now, I think it's most likely like, you might have a friend helping you, you might, pay them something, especially, for this tournament, but you're not going to be able to afford like a full-time second for the year, like the way Magnus does. But also Magnus, I don't think Magnus had, all these coaches, obviously, before he got to a really good level. So I think the kind of expectation in chess is you get to 2750 on your own. And after that, if you get there on your talent and you're really, really good, yes, at that point it will make financial sense for you, or for, or for the sponsors that you can get to give you even more help to maintain that level.
Yeah. Yeah, Magnus has had pretty good team around him since the beginning, because his father was willing to make managing him like a priority early on, and they got some sponsorship early on. They were able to hire someone else to work as his manager. So they figured out some of that professionalism pretty well on his team, from a lower rating than is done for a lot of other players.
David, we have another interesting question here.
Mm-hmm.
And you might have some insight into this, being Sam's friend. There are players, Shanklin, for example, who disagree with non-citizens playing for the United States. Does this not take opportunities away from actual American citizens? Maybe he doesn't. I have no idea. Well, interesting. Right. So you're correct. You don't need to be a citizen to play for the U.S. team. You just need a green card and some kind of residency requirement, which is not nothing. And to be honest, I don't keep track of this very closely because it just doesn't affect me. But like, and I know they've played around with it over the years. Like, what should the residency requirements be? Whether it's 2 years or 3 years. I have a feeling like it might be just 2 years. Like it's fairly short now.
Right. Sam told me that he thought that to play on, say, the German team, you would actually need to have a German passport. I'm pretty sure there are people who play for the US who don't have American passports. Sam told me that he thought the US had like more relaxed rules or whatever on this than some other countries. But
yeah, because US is the country of immigrants, right? So it kind of makes sense that here we have like less restrictions on playing for the team, which I think you have to I just think you have to have the balance. Like, I definitely don't think it should be passport if it takes 5 years to get a passport. Like, it's fine to say passport, but not when it takes a player 5 years of living in the country to get it. I mean, that's like that's an a whole what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a whole epoch, 5 years of a chess player's professional life, like sitting around and not being able to represent the country. So I think that is way too strict. But if I think a couple of years is reasonable. 2 years, I think it's fair.
Someone in chat is saying that Levon played for Germany, but actually I think Levon lived in Germany but did not ever represent Germany, right? He's always represented Armenia until this past
I actually think he probably had I feel like he might have had the German Federation like years ago, and then but when he started getting really good, then he switched to Armenia. That's my
really
reflection. Yeah, he wasn't like top 10 in the world when he was a German player, but I think he lived in Germany for quite a long time, and then as he got better, then he kind of went back to Armenia.
Wow, I
Yeah.
never knew that.
So does Levon want to be a U.S. citizen or what? Well, Levon is living in St. Louis right now, organized by the St. Louis Chess Club. And as far as I know, he will be playing for the U.S. team at the Olympiad. So he's been in the U.S., I mean, at least since like last year. So it is kind of fast, right, to play for the U.S. team. So I don't know, is it maybe a 1-year requirement now? No idea, but he will be playing in the Olympiad.
By the way, just a quick tangent, and we can get back to this discussion for sure anytime we want. But I think that the right move here for Dominguez would be, no surprise to any of us, but G4 again, just trying to open the light squares around the king. Idea HG4, H5. And if G H5, then we bring the queen over with check here. Nice operation, then collect all these pawns and, continue the attack.
Wow.
And you can see the knight on C8 is really sort of out of this entire discussion. It's like, it's playing for Germany right now, and everybody else is over here in the United States. So, and one other resource that Diak might have in mind, or that fans might wonder about with the queen having moved to E7, is queen E1 check, because on king A2, there's a perpetual on A5. But rook C1 is just enough to stop the checks long enough to, take on H5 or even play G5. And, white should be pretty crushing. So I think in the current position, Dominguez should be looking at G4. Now, I think during the time scramble, he missed one opportunity to play G4, which you had pointed out would have been a really good chance to play it, and I agree.
It's amazing how like passive Black's pieces have gotten, right?
Yeah.
Like, I just think back about where he used to be in this game, and there was a knight used to be on D5, and now that knight is on C8, and the rook is on F8. It's definitely passive, and white's got really nice bishops here. But G4 is a really nice move. I don't know how obvious is it. I mean, I guess it's fairly obvious he needs to break into Black's position somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And he's kind of at his end in the center in terms of what he can do. So I do think that it is a move that he can certainly find.
Yeah. A move which is no longer good, by the way, is queen B5. We mentioned that, in addition to sort of dominating the Black pieces from the center, that one option might be to collect this pawn at some point, but here there's simple queen E4. So that's just off the table, that one option there. But yeah, I mean, I think G4 is really strong, and I think, it'd be the most instructive move if Dominguez wants to just sort of like, teach all the people who are watching his games. It's very, very thematic to just go G4 and get at the Black king here.
Yeah, also our chat was asking about Hikaru, and someone pointed out maybe these are people who watch Hikaru streams. Just said that I believe Hikaru said he wanted to give the younger guys a chance, and so that he's not going to play. Wow. I mean, that's a bit disappointing, I think, for the U.S. team. We could have had an absolute monster of a team, and I feel like Hikaru would certainly have made the team stronger.
Let's see. The team would be Aronian and Caruana and So and Dominguez plus an alternate. Maybe Hikaru wouldn't want to go there to be an alternate.
Oh, well, you can put Dominguez as an alternate.
Oh, because Hikaru's rating past Dominguez's at the Grand Prix. So you can make Dominguez the alternate.
He didn't say that. He said he wouldn't play as a reserve. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, he could always ask to be put on a higher board, like it's flexible like that, I mean, I'm sure the team would rather have him there. And, Lanier doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to make a big fuss about it.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru is rated number 4 now. It's true. But I guess if he doesn't play, then as far as giving a chance to a younger guy, I mean, Shanklin would be the person who would be the alternate if Hikaru doesn't play. Shanklin's played a bunch of Olympiads already. So I don't know how big a deal it is for him to get to be the alternate or not. I think Sevian and Xiang would probably be the young guys, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's nice to give young guys a chance, but the problem is Hikaru's not old. He's not like the old guy who now it's time to retire him, get out of the way so the younger ones can have a chance.
Right.
If that was a situation, if he was like, 55 years old, like I would totally understand, but he's still in the prime of his playing career. He's like, 35 years old. So, I mean, the team would be strengthened by his presence because the younger guys are really good, but they don't have his experience, and they don't have his experience in those situations, in the big matches against like, as much experience against these very top players. So, I mean, I think, okay, for the team, it's a disappointment. It's a loss if he doesn't play. And hopefully, I don't know, we haven't received our invitations yet. So hopefully he's going to change his mind if it's possible for him.
Here's what I think the US should do, Irina, from like a patriotic perspective, which, as you know, I'm not actually a patriot. I don't care about the US being better than any other country or anything like that. But they should host the Olympiad, because if you host the Olympiad, then you get to have an extra team, right? And then the US could have a B team of the young players, and they could have a chance to play. And think of it, you could have Xiang and Sevian. You could have Hans Niemann, and Shanklin could play board 1 for them. And then, it'd be like Shanklin plus like the juniors. And that would be really fun, right? And maybe Robson as their alternate, right? So if the US really wants to develop itself further, maybe hosting the Olympiad.
Oh, you know what? I'll recommend that to the St. Louis Chess Club, because that's something they haven't done yet. And I know they like to do, new things. The only problem is the St. Louis Chess Club. It's like, it's a little bit, they're expanding, but I don't know if they have the space to host, thousands of players. And they certainly couldn't do it at the chess club itself.
Right.
So we'll have to find some other venue. I mean, I mentioned the chess club because I just don't see how else it would be done in the United States in terms of like who would take the initiative to do such a thing. I don't feel like there's really any other party that could possibly, bring this event to the US other than through the initiative of the St. Louis Chess Club. It's a little bit outside of what they normally do,
Is India hosting this year?
India is hosting, yeah.
Okay, that's a great choice too, because if there was ever a country that could have like 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 teams of juniors or teenagers that could compete, it would be India. I mean, they could have a 16 and under team that would be reasonable.
I mean, do you guys know, like, what is the main reason? There's never been an Olympiad in the US, right? I mean, if there has been, it must be like 50, 60, 70 years ago, but there certainly hasn't been any Olympiad in the US. And why?
It had to be 1930.
Who wants to make a guess in the chat why we don't have Olympiads in the US? There's a pretty good reason for it, if you think about it.
Wow. I don't know the answer to this at all.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We got a bunch of symbols for the money symbols there. We something related to Bobby Fischer. No, I think, guys, I think it's money. I think it's a hosting thousands of people and offering them just hotel rooms. Hotel rooms are expensive in the United States. And we don't really have even like, I don't know, situations like with like empty resorts, in the autumn or winter time that we could like offer up that we don't, and we don't have federation support like to that extent. Like, so yeah, I don't know how the US could ever really host such an event without, someone really giving a lot of support.
So the richest country in the world, or one of the richest countries in the world, I don't know exactly how it lines up, but you often hear people say the richest country in the world for rhetorical purposes. The richest country in the world is the only country that can't afford to host an Olympiad.
Oh yeah. That's right. I mean, we can afford it, but someone has to want to. Other countries, like, I feel like other countries, yeah, they will provide, the hotel rooms for free, and somehow they do it. They find the money, they set up the bid, they get the sponsorship. It could be very prestigious for them to bring a chess Olympiad. I don't think like we think that way in the US, that someone is thinking like, oh, it would be prestigious for the US to host a chess Olympiad. Like, no, I've never heard such a sentiment, and so I think, I mean, if I saw a US Olympiad in my lifetime, I would be surprised.
Somebody in chat gave me an idea of how the US could do it.
Yeah.
The US could hire a company to build a special venue just for the Olympiad. Then we could hire another American company to bomb the venue when it's over, to destroy it. And then we could hire a third company to clean up the mess after we bomb the Olympiad venue.
So how are we going to make money from that? Who's going to make money from that? Like the
three companies I just mentioned.
All of them are going to make money.
Company A, B, and C, they'll each make money.
Yeah, right. Well, we have to have something tricky like that. Yeah. So it's just simply the United States doesn't have the same reverence for chess as other countries. Yeah, I mean, that is part of it. I think for a country like India, like they're really excited to bring the Olympiad for the first time to India, to Anand's hometown city of Chennai. I mean, it's doable in the US. It really is. Like, but that's what I mean. Like, you just need someone who has that motivation to make it happen, and who would put up, a few $1 million as part of the sponsorship bid.
Yeah.
So I'll mention that idea.
Yeah. Somebody's asking which rich fool would pay the three separate companies. The glory of how the American system works with that is we pay taxpayers. No, we pay. We're the fools. Right.
It's our money, right?
You who are asking the question, you're the patsy. Right? Yeah. We all pay. In the US, you get, 300 million people to pay the rich guy, who runs the company that builds it, and et cetera.
Yeah. Yeah, but so Rex could make it happen. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think watching the St. Louis Chess Club for the last decade, I mean, I think everything is within reach for them. They're a very capable team. Right. Love and respect chess.
Mardarkadonk has an answer you'll like too, Irina, saying the Fed can pay for it. Just print the money, who cares?
That's right. They can do it, right? We should ask the Federal Reserve to sponsor the Chess Olympiad.
Yeah. They'd be like, sure. We just found some money over here we can use for this.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Or the USCF could create a new crypto, Irina, and pay for the whole thing with chess coins.
Okay. Or like chess NFTs, they could.
Yeah.
Some of them, yeah.
Let's check on the other board, because Dominguez is basically just sitting here flagging. No, he moved.
Okay.
Queen
so he didn't go for G4. Okay.
Queen E6. So, okay. First order of business is that queen takes queen, bishop takes queen might lose a piece. Right?
It does look like you're losing a piece. I mean, I guess you can take on G3 and take a couple of pawns. That's probably your best bet at this point. Get 3 pawns.
Okay.
It's not completely
3 connected pass pawns. We don't necessarily have to resign.
Yeah.
Queen D8 was played, however. Diak is firmly on the passive train. Doesn't this allow rook C8, queen D6? Like, just easy peasy. Wow, he played really fast in response there, didn't he? Fast. I mean, Dominguez thought forever on this queen E6 move, and he just I mean, I guess he was looking at queen e6. I'm sure he was sitting here looking at queen e6 and g4. I mean, it's not like unpredictable.
Wow. So he's just allowing rook c8 and queen d6? What?
Yeah, it looks like a true blunder.
Really? But it's no, that's impossible. It's a blunder, rook c8. So I'm so confused.
Maybe he had no other moves here. Like what?
Yeah, his only other move. He, other than taking on e6, he also had bishop g3 right away.
He did? How does that defend the knight?
Well, it doesn't. It's apparently some kind of like,
oh, because this way you have to trade rooks, and then black's probably drawing this endgame.
Yeah. Bishop c.
I can't. I got so shocked my mouse stopped working on me, or I stopped working my mouse. Okay, because this order you have to trade the rook. See, the other order I played when I played queen takes e6, like a fool here, is white's able to keep the rook on the board and really torment black. So queen d8 played quickly. I mean, he must just think he's a goner, so he's playing fast.
Yeah, this is really sad. And this is what I mean by like just a bit more experience, right? It's not like he got outplayed by Dominguez in this game. If anything, it was, you know, a game that went more in his favor. And that time trouble that he's constantly in, you know, it does hurt him. He managed to luckily survive against Firouzja despite a blunder in time trouble. But in this game, you know, that 40th move, rook f8, that passive move, it could just do him in here. And
yeah,
quite sad.
All I can think of, Irina, is our friend Godsmack, and like how sad I am for Godsmack. And
yeah,
maybe they should look away at this point, go do something else for the last half hour of this round.
Yeah, rook c8. I don't know. Dominguez is still on the move, but it's hard to see how he's going to do anything else. Like, why would he even? Maybe he's just shocked at this, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I would imagine g4 is still winning as well. It's not like black's about to get off their back foot here, right?
Yeah, but there's no way he's going to play g4. He's definitely going.
I mean, if he played queen e6 last move, he's not interested in my g4 idea. So yeah, he'll play rook c8.
Right. Yeah. So let's take a look at Mamedyarov versus Firouzja, because he didn't play knight e4 right away. He played king f6.
King f6 first. Doesn't hurt to improve the king. And now Shakhriyar didn't rush the king to c2. The king's close enough to hold the pawn. He goes to activate the rook first. That's challenging.
Sure.
Definitely challenging. And now knight e4 was played by Firouzja.
Yeah, literally, because there's nothing else the knight can do. So he needs to get a little bit of counter play, take this game into a rook end game. And I think pretty much forces the trade, right? Like, what else? White can throw in a check, doesn't really change anything on a6. I think he should be taking that knight unless he wants to go king e2, David. And
I mean, maybe we could get a conclusion like the Aronian game, like rook a6 check, f4, king h5, something like that.
Nice checkmate you found.
Kind of Maxime style. Yeah.
He's still thinking. How much time does he have? So
18. Mamedyarov's got a lot of time.
He's got a lot of time, and Firouzja not so much. Firouzja's under some pressure here. I'm sure Mamedyarov would love to win his first game in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I don't think Firouzja has won any games either.
Oh no.
He's not doing that awesome. Despite his like nice start against Caruana with the black pieces, I mean, he hasn't as you said earlier, he hasn't been in the best shape in this tournament.
No. In general, the candidates haven't looked particularly good, right? We've got Wesley So in first, with Levon Aronian, two players who just barely missed replacing Karyakin. They were in the hunt for that rating spot. Dingley Ren marathoned his way to that. So yeah, Levon Aronian just out of the candidates, but competing for first place here.
Yeah, it is. You know, the candidates, it's just a very tough tournament to get into. So many good players and only 8 players make it in. And sometimes you're just sad about, you know, the ones that haven't, right? Like and Aronian, easily players that they've already played the candidates and they definitely belong in that group, but it's just so competitive. And in terms of they need to invite Hans if they want some 1 games, I agree. I really like that Hans Niemann has been doing so well, and I'm looking forward to him playing like in some of these top events in St. Louis. I hope they have noticed his results and that he will get those invitations.
Yeah. If St. Louis hasn't noticed him yet, he's going to have to send them a piece of mail, right? With just like a printout of 2700chess.com or something.
Has your prediction of the candidates changed, David, based on how they're performing here?
Not yet. It's a very good question, Aussie Delta. So I think I predicted something like Firouzja, Ding, Rapport, Caruana as my top 4. And definitely Rapport and Firouzja, the 2 players that I'm kind of like hyped on because they're newer, have been playing just not very well here. I mean, really unimpressive, especially Firouzja. I mean, Rapport lost a game over pressing and, you know, has played a lot of good moves, you know, but you can't always win. But Firouzja, I would venture to say, has played flat out badly at this tournament, despite how much I like him. But I think it's notable that all the candidates are not doing especially well at this tournament right now. And there's like probably some weird effect about openings and prep and what they are or not playing, right? Irina, at this level, the prep is so important. If you're trying to hide something, it's like, how do you even play chess?
Yeah, I agree. It must be a very strange feeling, like having this preparation for the candidates and yet playing a tournament in which you're trying to conceal it. So
right.
You're kind of not doing your absolute maximum while the players like Aronian and so are just free to play their best preparation. And by the way, Mamadzarov played f3. So he basically offers the trade of the bishop, but just in a different way. And now Black has a big choice about where to put the knight. Let's take a look at the most obvious move, knight f2.
Okay. It does kind of bring the king right where it wants to be, right up alongside the pawn.
Yeah, like now White wants to go rook c1, pick up that pawn. And it does look like that's going to happen. White's going to win a pawn and we're going to be in the 4 against 3.
Yeah.
Endgame. Like there's no real way to save the pawn, is there, David?
Why is the computer not excited? We just won a pawn.
Yeah, he's not terribly excited. I have an idea, David. What if I go, I was thinking about h5.
You want to try and get an h5, h4 and remove a pawn?
Yeah, I was trying to do that. Like on h5, I think you have to go h4, right?
Then you could play g5 there.
Rook c1. Let's put some moves on the board.
Okay, let's put some moves on the board. You know, I've never practiced rook and 4 against rook and 3, Irina. Wow. I've practiced a lot of rook endgames, but not that one. So it's kind of fun for me to try out some moves. I'll note that rook a6 is a typical tactic to mess up this kind of push, but here it doesn't work because the rook needs to keep an eye on the c pawn. So you can check the king off of g5, but you can't take g5 because c2 would win. So you have to spend a tempo on king c2 or something like that, and Black gets the trade they want. It might not be terrible for White to play this way either, but you know, do something like this. And I don't know, could I maybe try rook c4 or something?
Yeah, or you can go rook e8, I think also.
Oh yeah, rook e8. That's very nice. That's very nice.
Just get rid of that pawn.
King d3, c2, rook c6.
So I have to figure out something else here. Oh, wait. And if I go rook c8, if I go back.
Go back?
Yeah.
King takes?
No, go back to c8.
Oh, okay, sorry. Here, rook c8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works nicely for you. Now we're looking at like rook a2. King here.
King f6. All right. What am I missing here? How is this equal when black is just about to be down a pawn?
Maybe we can cut the king off.
You know what I think it is? I think it's just like rook a8.
I'm thinking rook d8, king here, king e5 now.
That seems pretty good too. Yeah.
Or maybe this could be enough to put the rook on h3.
Yep. Yeah, so basically
Like
the
this?
Canadians are just completely winning. It was such an inexplicable error from Diak. And now pretty much.
Oh, they've played part of the sequence. Firouzja went for knight f2 and traded on d3. And then king e5 here, not your h5 move looked pretty interesting. And notably, Firouzja was down to 20 seconds. So he's sort of at the edge here. And I would caution people watching this and seeing the evaluation bar not to think it's a dead draw. I mean, if you've got somebody like Firouzja thinking down to his last seconds, he would rather keep a little bit of a reserve on the clock. So if he's thinking this hard, he does not see, it's not all zeros in his head yet, right? Like he's still working this out. And unfortunately, I'm reminded of the king and pawn ending he lost to Magnus. So there's tons of intricate little technical details in these situations.
No, it's very uncomfortable with his time situation. Like Mamedyarov has tons of time on the clock, easier game to play. Actually, if Firouzja manages to draw this, like I will be, impressed because yes, I understand it's still in the realm of draw, but like, when you're down to little time, you see what kinds of terrible things you could do, like we saw in the Diak game. And he's probably getting close to resigning because he literally has no moves. And pretty soon, I mean, we actually might get like 2 decisive games today, maybe even 3, which would be a really good number. But right now, let's see how. So he just played king h7.
Yeah, little detail, folks. That's nice to know. The bishop cutting off the king and rook from each other, but the rook seems to cover queen f7 and queen g8. What's the point? Well, it's just queen e7. Just queen e7, and the king and rook can't defend each other. Good little pattern to know. So that allows Dominguez to just leave the bishop hanging, avoid any queen trade, and king h7 so that bishop takes f6 won't be check. So now queen e8. It couldn't be played last move because of bishop f6 check. Now maybe queen e8 could be played. Although even the endgame after queen e8, rook e8, bishop f6 is just completely resignable.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely the two bishops will win against the rook.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So what does he want to do? He's still not threatening queen d4.
I don't know. I still think g4 is pretty good, but
Yeah.
But I've been saying that for an hour now. So
Yeah. And by the way, Mamedyarov, and he has won the pawn. He has won the pawn, and Firouzja under a minute.
oh, this is great. I'm finally going to learn the 4 versus 3.
Yeah, black is threatening rook a2, winning the pawn back immediately. So I guess we're going to see king d3 here. It's kind of hard to imagine what else we could see. I mean, he could throw in a check on c5, put the king back. Sure, why not?
Mm-hmm. But then after king d6, rook f5.
He has to evaluate rook f5, rook a2. But I think, I think king d3 is the most likely move that we're going to see.
Yeah. Now, more often than not, folks, when you see the 4-on-3 endgame, the black pawn will be on f7, and black will play g6, h5 with the pawns if possible. f7, g6, h5, so that if white tries to make a pass pawn, they have to trade multiple pawns along the way. What?
Whoa.
He's got rook g6 or something?
Oh, wow. That's his idea, but that was a bit weird.
That's tricky. And now Firouzja's got to figure that out in just a few seconds. That makes
any sense, though, David. Can you put that on the board? I don't like rook a2.
Mm-hmm.
Rook a2, king d3, rook h2, rook g6, and h5.
Oh, nice move, h5.
Yeah, rook g7 and h4. Don't I just trade with you? Or can you go g4 there?
Rook a2 check's been played, by the way, as we're looking at this. You can play g4, but that's some counterplay right away there.
Yeah, counterplay or not, right? Or I mean, it's also white's best chance to win is to trade that g pawn for the f pawn and get two connected pass pawns. It's kind
you're right. Go for 2.
Yeah, it's kind of the best that white can dream of to win. But look at that. Firouzja gives a check on a3. He doesn't even go for the pawn.
Wow.
He could take it. He's like, no thanks. Okay. Wow.
King e2. So now on rook check, he's going to play king f1.
Yeah, he is. And the king is going to go to f1, I guess. Because where else would he go? Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe
playing
he
that.
Finally take on h2. Is it now that he's cut the king?
He's kind of out of other things to do, right? I mean, the only other option is you allow rook g6 and go rook a7 when it happens. See, this is an unusual thing because normally you don't have this pawn already on f5, right? So it's just an unusual wrinkle for Firouzja to figure out.
Yeah, I suppose you can take on h2, rook g6, h5.
The line we tried before is going to actually maybe be a little bit worse now because
I think it's fine because on king g1 there's rook e2.
But the king on f1 is closer to that h pawn, right? So if we go g4,
yeah.
I mean, this position here, before I was playing rook h1, h3, h2, trying to set up that trick to restrict white's king quickly.
Yeah, it's amazing again how the bar is like completely equal, but it's so not obvious to a human being like why this position is equal.
Okay, here's what I think it is. You still play h3, but it's super, super not obvious. Then on king g1, you play rook e2. And then after e4,
h2.
I think you actually play h2, king h1, then go after this pawn, rook f2.
And then just sit and wait.
Rook g3, king on f4.
Yeah.
Rook on h3, and now you kind of sit.
Yeah, that's a good line, David. And he did take the pawn on h2, so we might just be seeing something like that. Let's see if Diak has resigned yet. Nope, they're still playing. Black tried to trade the queens and white avoided the queen trade.
Bishop d5, queen e8. Right. So queen e8 is a dead win for white here, and white doesn't do it. I mean,
yeah, he wants to keep the chances alive of queen a7 and just kind of attacking the black king as well.
I guess, but I mean, queen e8, you can just resign. Unless there's even with rook e3.
Even with rook e3, it's still completely winning.
Even with rook e3, I mean, who cares? Yeah, who cares? I mean, it's just, it's like playing king and queen against king. It's just like you can't lose. I would be surprised my opponent wasn't resigning, and I'm not 2,700.
Yeah, Diak, probably still kind of mulling over how this all got so bad for him. And Firouzja, how is he doing with his defense? Okay.
Rook g6, h5, rook g7, king f6.
King f6. So where is this rook supposed to go? I mean, h4 is a really big idea for black, right? Just
I guess rook
2 versus 1.
I guess rook h7, there's king g6, and you can force the rook out from behind your pawn, like so. Right? It runs out of room, so it can't stop the h4 move in that sense. And that also means that when the rook gets forced out after h4, g4, you don't get the connected passers. So dead draw, game over. So on king f6, rook g8. Oh, interesting. King f7. Okay, Firouzja figured it out. He's going to hold this game. He's going to hold the game.
Yeah, because he's going to get to play h4 next.
He's going to chase the rook around and play h4 in a version where he doesn't need to fight against connected pass pawns. So,
yeah,
okay.
2-on-1 is very easily drawing. So, David, do you think maybe we should take a break and then come back in for the final stretch of these games?
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
Side in a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in the home stretch of round 9 of the Superbet Chess Classic here in Romania. Lanier Dominguez is down under a minute as he tries to convert a bishop pair against a rook here in this game. And on the other board, we have a likely draw between Mamedyarov and Firouzja. There have been a few moves I could click through. Oh, King G1. Hadn't looked at that.
Huh.
Mamedyarov had a move to keep the game maybe going a little bit more.
Yeah, but black is very safe because after rook e2, white can't really take the pawn on h5 because of king g6. Then I take on e3. Easy 2 against 1. Again, those kinds of rook endgames are really drawish. And yeah, now it's just sort of a repetition, plus white's king is cut on the back rank. So I think he's going to, yeah, after f4, I mean, he doesn't have any real chances to win. This position is like a well-known draw. Even if you trade the e pawn for the f pawn and it's g and f against h5, like that's a pretty easy draw.
And the way he's playing, keeping the white king on the first rank reduces white's options. There was one cool tactical line here in this king g1 position. Sometimes you would try for a tactic like rook h3, king g2, rook g3, right? But here it straight up loses because the white king just catches the h pawn. So if you try and get fancy and like outcalculate your opponent and win a pawn, you can end up losing to putting your king on h8. So rook e8, rook e5, this was the way it went. White had to play f4 in order not to lose the e pawn. Or I suppose white could have, you know, put in this king f1 move again, right? And back to rook h2 with h4 coming. Would have been back to something we had considered. And so now, yeah, is white down to trying to play e4 at some point? Is that the last sort of change white can try in the position before?
Yeah. E4, and the problem is that your king is cut on the back rank. It's not even that easy for white to improve the king, actually. You can't even take it for granted that your king can get to h3. So honestly, I just don't see any real chances for white, even if he does push the move e4.
Oh yeah, and an important point. To get the king out, you would have to put your rook on the second rank for white at some point, right?
Yeah.
If the black king is on f5, then when you put your rook on the second rank, black can trade rooks, play h4, and draw the king and pawn ending.
Yep. Yeah. So he did go e4. So we're going to see all of this play out. Black's going to take, rook takes, king to g6 or f6.
Yeah.
And take your pick. He's still thinking about what to do. Yeah, I just don't see what there really is to play for. Here's another idea, David, like maybe this one, you know, let's say you go king f6. Let's try king f6, right? Okay. King f6, rook e5. Yeah. Can we also just go h4?
Maybe so.
Because if you take, I go rook a4 and I get my pawn back immediately, easy draw. If you go g4, I go h3. And my pawn is quite annoying, helping me, you know, go rook g2.
Right. You either play h2, rook f2, or you play rook g2, depending if white advances one of these pawns.
Yeah, I mean, like normally the connected pass pawns are strong, but not if your king is cut on the back rank.
Yeah, this is good enough to draw as well. So let's just pop between boards, see what's going on here. We had a couple moves played. We had bishop e6, queen d8. This would be one case where you shouldn't trade queens and take f6 because of rook d6, queen a7, king a2, queen d6,
bishop back to b3,
bishop back to b3, queen hangs around, bishop hangs around,
Ooh, maybe we should mention why rook a8 is not possible here, David.
Yeah, that looks like a real question. Let me find this bishop over here. Check.
And actually, because the king is in a kind of a checkmate, he literally has nowhere to go. You got to take it with the queen, and then you're not protecting the rook anymore. So white's going to be up a bishop, and actually, yeah, kind of invading into the position.
Yeah. So if the king could go somewhere, then this check would be useless. White would be losing the queen, but it can't. So in the game, queen f3 got played here. And
Dominguez has no time. Is that true? He's like,
yeah,
he's down to like seconds.
Yeah.
Wow. He made a move with 2 seconds on the clock.
1.5 seconds on that
Whoa,
move.
and the computer didn't like that. What is going on? Is there
I don't know.
rook a8 now? No, there's still no rook a8.
Rook a8, bishop f6 still looks the same. So
but what about queen g3? Can you just grab another pawn? I mean, white hasn't won yet.
Queen g3. So he's making a flight square in order to play queen e7 and have a place to get away from rook a8. That's why the bishop came off of b3.
Well,
a move has been played. Oh, no. Bishop e6 is the last move played.
Yeah, but this is very exciting, actually. I mean, I can't believe that, yeah, I see the computer here saying rook e8 is somehow really good. And then if you go queen f7, we have a repetition with queen a8 and queen h1, and you can't go to b3 because it's mate. Wow. Diak has a real chance here.
Does he now?
He really does, but he played b4, which is a bad move, or at least not as good as rook e8 was.
So against bishop takes b4, he would have rook a8 though, right? I mean, that's very sneaky. His opponent's got 1 second on the clock. He takes his chance. Maybe he'll win the game, right? But I think white played bishop d4 in the game, which looks more or less correct. Now he doesn't have that queen a4 mate pattern for later. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I know. That's really sad. So is it too late to play rook e8, queen f7? And now the king just hides on b3 after the check. That's so sad. You really wasted the power of that pawn with the move b4. It was like, that was, again, like a little bit of, you feel that lack of experience because he still had some time to figure it out. And it was quite obvious his opponent wasn't going to fall for the trick. So you play b4, bishop d4, and then you don't really have an idea. You start thinking again.
Well, he got the bishop off a square where it was defended by a pawn, right? So that creates some extra tactical chaos for him, some chances.
But now the bishop is protected by the queen, so it's still pretty good.
And like you'd asked about queen g3, right? Like with queen g3, we had queen a7 before, but now rook a8, the king can't get out.
Also, David, can I say one more thing that we have after queen g3? I think we might have a potential bishop f6.
Nice. Bishop f6. Rook takes.
8.
Queen
I think we're just mating by force.
Yeah. So we didn't need queen e7. We didn't even need queen e7.
He put rook d8 on the board.
Okay. Rook d8.
Okay.
Looking at that bishop.
Queen f7. My first instinct. Queen f7.
Checkmate first, ask questions later. Rook a8 against queen f7.
Oh, yeah. My first instinct wasn't good. That's why you should always check yourselves, guys. Don't play the first move you see. Okay. Okay, rook d8 is a very understandable, reasonable move. Yeah. So the
whose
queen
move is
cannot
it?
really move.
White's played something. Bishop c4.
So that's similar to the idea that we looked at after rook takes d4, queen b8 is going to lead to a checkmate. You can't take the bishop, it's immune. And you can't play rook a8. Same reason as before, bishop takes f6. So now maybe black is in some trouble.
C6 is what he'll end up playing.
Yep, I agree. Queen c6 actually looks pretty normal.
He played rook back to f8.
Okay, well, it's tough for him and he doesn't have a lot of time. But
Yeah.
these players have definitely managed to make it suspenseful for us, because this is nowhere near as bad as like we thought, because the time situation, right? Like it always guarantees some action.
Makes it quite random. I wonder if b3 bishop b2 wouldn't be a good rearrangement now, so that the bishops are just a little bit defended.
That's pretty smart, David. B3, huh? Oh,
I
wait,
mean,
so white just made a move, and
Okay.
wait, whose turn is
Bishop
it in this
g6.
position? Oh, they
Bishop
repeated a
e6.
couple of times, right? So rook d8, bishop c4, rook f8, bishop e6. Oh, they repeated a few times. They've repeated. That's why Dominguez is thinking now, because now they've had this position twice already.
Rook a8 always loses to bishop f6 so far, Eric. But yes, rook a8 is something to keep our eyes on. It's why white couldn't take the pawn on b4 before.
Yeah, this game might end in a repetition. I think it is. He just played bishop c4. I mean, how many times have they had that? So they had, 1 second, let me make sure. They had once, twice. Okay, oh no, only twice still, I think. 1 second. So this position they had once.
Right. So since playing b4, they had this position with black to play.
Yeah, if white plays bishop e6, it's going to be a draw by 3-move repetition. Like white can make it, but white does obviously white doesn't really shouldn't want to claim a draw. He has no time though to figure all of this out. He must know he's winning. Like I would try your move b3, David. Although when I say I would try it, I don't know, because there's the queen check, and if your bishop goes back at some point.
What? He tried queen e7? That's rook a8, right?
Bishop a7?
What? And then queen f2.
Okay.
Oh my God. Somebody call Godsmack.
Wow, this is getting exciting, but what is he thinking? Queen f2, king b3, like queen a7 though.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm mystified. Like, what is the plan on queen f2? You want to take the bishop with a check, so you're not kidding around.
Right. He's got 10 seconds.
Wow.
Queen f2, queen e8. Oh my gosh. I missed. I forgot that.
Oh wow. That's crazy. I hope he doesn't flag.
It's showing 0, 0, 0, 0 on the clock.
Yeah. I hope he didn't just flag, because that wouldn't be very exciting, but amazing. Like Dominguez played on.
We're in suspense here. We don't know if he's flagged or moved. Sometimes like the times are often off by like 2 seconds, which is like very little until someone's under 2 seconds, right? And then
he's made a move. He's played queen c6.
And then it can mess up the
and apparently like white is completely winning here, but it's not like obvious to be why.
I think it's obvious. King b3.
B3.
And he played it. Yeah.
Yeah, he got out. He defended the bishop and got out of the pin. Wow.
Yeah. You know, here's something crazy, Irina, was the possible move queen d1, keeping the king boxed in and threatening queen a4 and allowing queen f6, king h7, but the queen still needs to cover that bishop.
Yeah.
And now queen a4 is hanging over you. That was a possibility there. Anyway, he played queen c6, king b3, finally getting out of the worst of the A file. Maybe queen f3 check. Is that anything? No, he just plays rook c8 for the moment.
So what to do here? Queen e6? Queen f6.
Oh, wow. And Chess Lover's all over it. He points out that queen f3 was no kind of a move here because of queen e3. And you have to trade queens because of the checkmate. I mean, I said white should have just traded queens, 20 moves ago.
20 moves ago, yeah.
But I guess had I known that Dominguez wouldn't trade queens as white, I might not have resigned as black. But otherwise, I would have resigned long ago if I were playing black and really lost, you know, a lot of the the excitement.
Yeah, he played queen e6, so he's just going for the safe, solid move. I mean, if black trades, it is pretty hopeless in the end game with just the rook versus the two bishops and the king that's about to take the b4 pawn. And on queen f3, there's queen e3. So black is running out of tricks. Yeah, sad moment for him in the game. And there was a trade of queens. And now things really look pretty straightforward. I mean,
Yeah.
unless black can win the g pawn and tons of pawns, you know, very quickly, I think, you know, this game is over.
Yeah. That was very brave of Lanier to put his bishop on a7 and allow that whole rook a8 line.
And by the way, you know, Mamedyarov did get his king off of the second rank.
Okay.
He did do some maneuvers, and you know, he's still trying to torture Alireza. It's like, it's a fairly easy draw. I've drawn positions like this as black myself, and it's in every rook endgame book, guys. It's the one single H pawn versus F and G pawns. It's hard to imagine losing because what are the losing scenarios? These positions are also drawn if the pawns are further advanced and the black pawn is further back to h6. That's another drawn position. So here, yeah, I mean, you just kind of check the king, you keep your rook active. Don't lose the h5 pawn is basically the only rule for this endgame.
Mm-hmm. Interesting though that Schoch was able to get the king out. I mean, you can see how, you know, a normal human could get outplayed in one of these positions, right? Like the maneuver of the rook to e5 to g5 to force the black king far away from f5, and this allows him to then bring the rook to e2, and the black king can't get to f5 or g4 in time, and black can't just trade into the king and pawn ending. So he manages to cross the second rank with the king at least.
Yeah, I agree. Quite clever.
Yeah, then we get to play this. Then we get to play this game some more.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to play for like 50 moves. I would find they're already on move 82.
Mm-hmm.
Could go on for a really long time if Mamedyarov just wants to keep torturing him.
Yeah. King takes b4 to avoid rook d3 check. Over on the other board, rook d3 and bishop b8 covers it. King g7, king c4, clearing the way for the b pawn.
Yeah, I think it is a good moment for Diak to resign. I mean, I don't see any point in playing this one on for him.
Yeah.
The plan, the White House is too clear, but okay. So he's still fighting on.
Bishop d5.
Yeah, put the bishop on a nice long diagonal, cover h1.
I am impressed by Diak's fighting spirit. I've seldom seen a GM this reluctant to resign.
Yeah, so it sounds like a compliment, but it's not exactly to David. Well, sometimes it happens. It's just so painful to lose a game like this. And he even had chances after he messed up. Even then, in the time trouble, he had chances again. So, yeah, he'll be kind of kicking himself, I think, a bit for this game.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Over in the rook endgame land, nothing has changed yet. Let's see.
By the way, if you guys got interesting questions for us in the chat, you know, it's a good time to ask us. You know, it's such moments in the game where not a lot is happening. So we're definitely available to chat with you.
When the king was on g2, it can't go to h3 because of rook h1. And you'll notice that that Firouzja is not giving a check on the second rank. He's just waiting with the king in the corner, with the rook in the corner. I think it's because in a position like this, if you check the king and it goes to h3, suddenly
Yeah, then you might lose.
You're either losing or you're going to need some really perfect moves to avoid losing, because now you have to scramble to cover your H pawn, and the white king gets to G5, and white can force the black king to the back rank. The F pawn starts to get dangerous. And there also exist scenarios with like the F pawn on, say, F5 or F6 that are draws with king and rook against king, and with king and rook for each side. But if you play G4, HG4, you can hide behind the G pawn and sometimes win positions that are otherwise drawn. I don't know if that made sense, but yeah, basically, I mean, there's positions where black needs to check the white king from behind against a pawn on F6, and sometimes they won't be able to with this G3 pawn getting traded on G4.
Yeah, you literally are showing the one thing that black needs to avoid, which is letting that white king come up to H4 and G5. So I'm sure Alireza is aware of that and is not going to want to let it happen. But Shaq, Shaq seems quite content to just keep playing this position. He has tons of time. He's playing very fast. And yeah, Diak did resign, shortly after we encouraged him to do so. There was like nothing for him to attack in this position. So the B pawn was just going to march forward. All right, we got a lot of questions in the chat, guys. I like this one. GM Irina resembles my mom a lot. I'm shocked. Okay. How much time do the pros use for their physical condition, David?
I mean, it depends from pro to pro, but I think pretty much since Kasparov sort of pioneered not just being healthy, but being strong. Strong, being like an athlete, right? I think all the top 10 to 20 players have spent time consistently on physical conditioning for 30. That's been the case for probably 30 to 40 years now.
Yeah, and I think there are exceptions. I think there are exceptions to that, but in general, I feel like one of Magnus's main advantages is, of course, his physical condition. He's just a very athletic, sporty guy. Spends a lot of time, I think, outdoors, and that helps him play these really long games that he needs to have the energy for. I think also Caruana is someone with a lot of stamina, and he's not like a largely built guy, but he does work out regularly, and I think, he's in the shape he needs to be to withstand, the stress and, fatigue of playing a lot of tournaments like he does. Other people, I don't really see tons of athletes that look like quite as sporty as Magnus in the top of the chess world. Like, they all look normal. I'm sure they spend some time, but definitely Magnus looks like the one who's playing sports the most.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we have. What kind of questions? How much time do I spend preparing before a big tournament? Well, I mean, at this point in my life, right, it's a little bit different from how it used to be, but since my day-to-day life involves a lot of teaching, if I can take a week off just completely from that before a tournament, and then I spend that time to both prepare and just think about the tournament and just also relax. For me, that would be considered a good way to prepare. Now, would it be better to have like a month off? And yes, it would be, but that's just not realistic for me. So before the American Cup, I cleared my schedule basically of all of my private lessons. I did a couple of group classes during the week, just from home online, and that worked out well. And I did the same thing for the US Championship in 2020 as well. So sometimes you have to make a little sacrifice, in order to perform better. And I have seen that it's important for me. You know, it's very hard to go from like teaching every day for hours on end and just drop in to a big tournament and expect a lot from yourself. So definitely some time off just to contemplate the tournament and switch into playing mode is important for someone who is, you know, like me, who's not like, you know, playing as much professionally anymore. But that week off allows you to get into the mindset of the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what about Rapport choosing to play both this and Norway chess before the candidates? Does that seem like a good idea or a bad idea?
Yeah, I mean, doesn't seem like an amazing idea, I have to say, but I think, I mean, you know, how much time is he going to have off before the candidate for Norway chess? That's the kind of like, that's the interesting thing to me. If he has got at least a couple of weeks off, I think it's okay. If it's less than a couple of weeks, I would be concerned. So I guess I can look that up quickly and to see when Norway chess starts. And
I'm going to show a cool line while Irina's looking that up,
yeah.
folks. Just something that occurred to me here, 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 King G5. And in this position, it looks like Black probably loses, right?
Yeah, because even H4, you just take with the king and then you
even get H4, which is the only try Irina sees immediately. King takes H4, and the king can come up to H5, force you back, and take over. So there's only one defense for Black, I think, to Rook E6. Kind of a cool puzzle. You have to take H4 first without capturing their E-pawn.
Oh, that's really smart. And that's a great line, David.
Gh4, King E6.
And it's a draw because side pawns are the worst pawns to have when you're trying to win a king and pawn endgame.
Yeah. You know, Irina, I spent a lot of time commenting games played by 1200s, 1600s, 2000s on my channel. We run a lot of tournaments. It's like a learning channel, but like a big piece of our philosophy is to get better. You have to play a lot of games and serious games. So we run tournaments for people to play. And then, you know, Jesse Coaster, I will comment on the games while people play. So I see a lot of games that end with sequences like, you know, Rook E6 takes here, and Black resigns, you know, or Black will play H4 here and White will take with the G pawn and spoil it and draw. And it turns out, you know, White could have won with King H4 and Black could have drawn with H4. You see a lot of that at the end of a game.
Yeah. And by the way, to answer the question about Norway chess, it seems like it goes from May 31st to June 10th. And the candidates is starting just over a week later. Yeah, from my point of view, guys, I wouldn't do it. I definitely, I mean, maybe Report feels like he's got this unlimited energy, but I don't know. I feel like you got to have some in the tank, you know, when you go into a long and grueling tournament like the candidates. So what is the big motivation for him to play Norway chess? I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he may feel like he needs to stay sharp. Like maybe if this were his last tournament, it's too far away for him to keep his maximum sharpness, right? Different people might feel like they lose their edge, their instinct and intuition as far as like how much time to take on each move, when to make a decision, when to double check something. Like some people may feel like they lose that faster than others. And so if this tournament ends basically a full month before the other tournament, maybe he thinks that's a little bit longer of a break than he wants.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for most players, like a month off, you know, is definitely not so much, especially for all of these top guys who are like playing constantly. I would think so. So, I mean, I can just say if it was me, I wouldn't do any tournament that finished like a week before, maybe like 3 weeks before. Like I would want like a nice long break before I have to enter like a 14 round, double round robin with the best players in the world. That's my feeling. Yeah, that's what I would have advised report. But, everyone decides, for themselves what's best. And maybe he prioritizes like the playing practice.
Yeah. For me, yeah, my own ideal would probably be 2 weeks to balance, like having some time to focus, but also being sort of at my sharpest, like the best you can coordinate those two factors.
Yep.
Rook h4. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, bouncing crosses, I think he's doing that schedule for financial reasons because his federation isn't giving him enough support to justify not going to Norway. That's a possibility. That is a possibility. And if so, it is, of course, a little unfortunate, that would be what is making him to make that decision that is not necessarily optimal for his candidate's chances. But, I would say you're not completely wrong to guess that. I mean, it's certainly a possibility.
This is a really tricky move to handle with like a minute on the clock. I feel like Rook h6 is too awkward and passive to the white king coming sort of like f4, g5. And if you come to f6 to stop the king, it feels like you're getting rolled up. So it seems like maybe you need to calculate king h6, g4. And there, if you play king g5, rook h5, so you have to see that you can then play rook b3 in that position. Check the king off of g4 in order to play a version of king g5, rook h5, king g4. That's like a tricky line to find with seconds on the clock, right? So the more of those you can force your opponent to find, the better you're doing as a torturer.
Well, I think he found it. He found it. He went king h6.
Yeah, he went king h6.
He went king h6, and I think they've just been repeating the position actually. Yeah, game is over.
Oh yeah, they've repeated.
They have repeated, and that's it. Yeah, draw on that board. So we have 2 decisive games for the day. David, maybe we just quickly go through what we have seen today, wrap it up, and let everyone go to enjoy their Wednesday afternoon.
Or we can send them on to the next match, because there is going to be, I know a lot of these chess people are insatiable, right? There's going to be a match right after this between Greg Shahade and Lawrence Trent.
Ooh, that's a big matchup. Those guys like to talk tough to each other.
Yeah. So that's what's coming up next. But yeah, if we want to go over the action here today, but yes, the I am not a GM. I think you guys can see the thing up there. It says begins May 9th. For those of you who, don't really keep track of what day it is, what week it is, what year it is, that was 2 days ago.
And who won that first match, David? Do you know?
We're 3 days in. Yes, I know that Levi Rosman won his first round match. And what else do I know? Hans Niemann won a match in the Junior Speed Chess Championships the day after winning the Seidman, or Sunway Sitges tournament.
Nice.
And I know that my buddy Kostya is playing on Friday against James Canty. Cool. So those are some of the matches that I have my eye on in that sphere. But yeah, let's get the standings up here and sort of review where things stand in the tournament now, Irina, after today's action.
Right. So we got Wesley So continuing to be in first place with a rather quiet draw against Richard Rapport. Levon Aronian smashed Vachier Lagrave off the board today with the black pieces. Unfortunately, that game was over so fast, guys, that we, it looked like it wasn't even played. If you joined the broadcast a little bit too late, like you just missed that game. It was one of the strangest games because he beat him quickly, not like through a crushing kingside attack, but rather in an endgame, catching Maxim's king in the middle of the board in a mating net. Really weird game. Definitely a setback for Vachier Lagrave, losing with the white pieces. Fabiano and Jan having a rather quiet draw with each other. They stay at plus, no, they're not on +1. They are on 50%.
50%.
So there are a whole bunch of players who are actually a whole point behind Wesley and Levon. And Alireza still on -1, Richard still on -1, and Shaq could not do anything to move up today. He's on -2.
Right.
So as we go into the final stretch, David, it definitely looks like Wesley and Levon have a nice advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, we'd had 3 players in a group half a point behind Wesley heading into today. Levon won, so he caught Wesley. The other 2 players who were chasing him lost in that same round. So they fell all the way back to an equal score. And you now see that Wesley and Levon are the only players who have not lost a game. So yeah.
Really close tournament. And we have 3 more games, guys, to go before we get to the end. So actually, this was round 6, right?
Yes.
So we have 7, 8, and 9. And you know what I don't understand? Does it
the same thing I don't understand?
Right. We're looking at it and there's something off, guys. Can you catch it? It says for round 8 and 9 are on the same day. Is that a joke? That's not possible.
I was wondering about that 2 days ago already, but I haven't looked up a clarification on why the schedule suggests rounds 8 and 9 could be played on the same day. Maybe there's enough American players in the tournament that they want to make it a 2-game-a-day affair.
American Swiss. I mean, wait, so let's just go by day. Today's Wednesday, and we finished round 6. Yeah,
right.
That schedule is actually a bit wrong. No, the players cannot be playing 2 games a day. But in any case, guys, what we can tell you for certain is that tomorrow is round 7, and we're going to be here bringing it to you at 5 a.m. Pacific time, 8 a.m. New York time, 3 p.m. Romania time. Anything else you want to add, David, before we go?
No, just look forward to it. Everybody who's interested, be sure to catch the Trent Shahadi match coming up next. And we'll be back with classical chess for you tomorrow morning at the same time as every other day.
See you tomorrow, guys.